Hello and welcome to another edition of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us. It's a beautiful day here in New York. It's raining a little bit, but it's still wonderful. Thank you so much for making it here for another interesting week. And welcome. This week, we are following what is called direct primaries happening in Nigeria's ruling political party, the APC. It's been going on for a week now, and it has been quite interesting. The fact that these people are doing this on camera, posting it, sharing it, announcing it as the outcome of their election, it baffles me. These are the people who will conduct the election next year for us. I mean, it's the government in power. And INEC, it appears, is looking at what is going on and approving it as something that has happened and that is the way things are. Let me show you examples of these primaries. Take a look.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1,000, 1,001, 1,000.
Now you wonder, is this are they aware that people are watching this, and the government is aware that people are watching this? INEC is watching this, and they're announcing the result as this is what it is. Let me show you where a senator's constituency, they had their own primary, and they mentioned the senator's name. So it's not like this is just random primaries. This is watch.
What do you move from?
This is OUK primary in Okamo Road. Everything is going seamlessly. All these people are for OUK movement.
11, 12, 13,
so interesting.
15, 16, 18, 100,
this is lovely.
151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 200, 201, 202,
1,500.
That country is gone. You can remove the INEC chairman and pick 200 people at random. You may get just exactly the same thing. It's unbelievable. And Ojuzo Kalu will come out and say, I won the primaries with this video floating around. Now, let me show you a former minister, Adelabo, who went to Ogun State to run for, is it Ogun State? To run for governor. He left the ministerial position to run for governor. He was called by the president and said, look, you don't have to, there's no need for you to do this. You shouldn't run. And he decided to go and run in the party that is ruling the country. After the primaries, this is what he said before he was announced that he as the loser.
And this note of caution that it is not this way in a lot of other words. Reports reaching me stated that there are a lot of gross misconducts in a lot of the other words, ranging from various forms of infractions. In some words, they conducted the election hours before the appointed time. Before our people started getting there, they've already conducted the election and they wrote the figures they liked. In some words, our people were prevented from voting. They were intimidated, they were chased away violently. And in some words, voting did not take place at all, but they recorded numbers for them. So all this kind of misconduct is not good at this stage of our democracy in Nigeria. And something has to be done about it. We are going to write serious petitions against all these things that took place.
That was ex-minister Adelabu running for governor in Oyo State. He lost, and now he's complaining. And these are the people who will tell you that Tinubu won the election last time. And these are the people who will support the winner of the next election, because this is exactly how it's going to happen. He's complaining. These people did not get there, and they've conducted the primaries and left. His people were intimidated from showing up. Now, this is ex-minister. Just a few weeks ago, he was a minister with the government, claiming that everything was going well. Now look at the president, the man in charge of your country. After watching what has been going on, this is his take on what has been going on.
Of internal democracy, and it has been going very well according to plan. This is politics, grassroots politics, where every member of the party has a right to participate and be involved. It's to ensure that we have an internal democracy and it's peaceful and well organized.
Your Excellency, you gave the state governors the permission to go ahead and organize an acceptable primaries across the country. Are you satisfied with the process so far?
So today, I am very satisfied, very, very satisfied that these governors, they've done well in their various states. To far from the world congresses to local government congresses to the delegate accreditation, validation, members register, and certification of the electoral process. It has been on very well. At least you will score democracy at a high level.
These people are showing massive.
All right. At this point, you should say that the last person to leave the country should close it down, turn off the light. Oh no, there's no light to turn off. Close it down, close it down. It's not funny. Can you imagine? This is the president saw what you just saw and said that everything was going well and that it was democracy. Now there was one interesting one that happened in Lagos State. So this guy has been campaigning, working hard to be one of the candidates that were run for primaries. And one day he got a call. Let him tell the story.
Ìgbà tí máa gbọ́ bọ́ìsì yẹn, mo rò bí wọ́n máa pè mí lájọ́sẹ̀ ní SMA Gold ní bàbá náà pè mí. So after receiving the call, he too said they are seeing all that we're doing and that he appreciates how much I've done in a very short time and that it has never happened in the history of Lagos before. The long and short of the story is that wọ́n sọ pé ibi tá a ṣe dé pé ká lọ relax. Please hold on. But what you have to understand is that the party is supreme according to them, and that we cannot operate in isolation from the party. So, in the interest of the party, I, Dr. Samuel Mawuya, just said, I've decided that I will let go. I will support Dr. Hamzat We are going to be part of his campaign. We are going to take a very important position in his campaign.
SMA.
See, his people were not happy. You know, the party is supreme, which interprets the president. A call from the president decides who runs. Sorry, guys, don't cry. I'm not running anymore. That's what we're seeing across the country, and that's your democracy. And then you find out that people were angry, and you wonder why. There was this police officer who came out and really showed the anger in people. Watch.
Any day when I did work duty as an officer, I did with my rifle, I did work. Make somebody video me. Make that oga when give an order, someone at the video us. He go do your burial for you. He go bury you. Now he go bury you. The numbers of how many una be gonna go kick away. Now he go bury you now. Allah. They burn anybody where video me when I'm on duty. Performing my lawful duty in Nigerian government, Nigerian police for 26 years, they will suffer. They suffer every time, every day suffer. Uniform, and not buy nothing, not do for, not give us, not do anything. Not no accountability for us, for any life. Who died to if not be this one, the IG when just come new now. Begin they try to amend things, they help people. Look at people when their papa don't die since how many years. Who this IG enter now? Begin give them their insurance, give them their benefit. Just the walk, monkey the walk, babu the chop. All my body na bullet shot, gunshot na full on. See they suffer. They look body. Look at my body. Do you think I was born like this? This is a gunshot. They burn anybody well. Just carry your camera. Watch me well, oh. Carry your camera. Come around anywhere I did. Come mistake video. If you don't do, I'll clear everybody down. The whole full boss. Anywhere, except the person not stand near you when they video, I'll clear everybody down. I swear to God, if I not do, I may die. They burn anybody, Papa. Well, come and video me. That guy when tell you that police officer give you order to the video policeman on duty. Oh yeah. Now chop on nyash. Now see wahala. Now see problem. Problem go rob on a generation. Cause this idiot one not go anywhere. Now not go learn work. Now not do anything. Now police body not get power. Why not go the video soldier? Where did they work? The DSS are no. Police will carry wahala for head. Every time problem go kill you now. Swear.
Wow, real anger. But also we need to look into beyond just frustration and everything. I heard that he made another video saying that he was frustrated. You know, I wanted to say I'm not a doctor, but this is beyond frustration. You know, there are people like this all over the country who are mad, angry, and ready to take extreme steps in wherever they are, whatever position. Let me talking about police. One more police video coming out from
your hand, and you are the one harassing people. Okay? You want to know the reason of this checkpoint? Yes. No, I want to know the reason of this checkpoint. I will not go to station, and this checkpoint will not hold you again. I'm not coming. What is the reason for this checkpoint? A police with Indian hand. A policeman with Indian hand. A policeman, you are holding Indian hand, and you are the one harassing people. I want you to video. Yes, that's very okay. Video me. Were you supposed to be on Mopti as a police officer? On Mopti harassing people? You people are holding Indian hand. Look at. See police officers. See police officers. Show your face, let the IG see you. See police officer. Oga, that 150,000 you people collected from that boy, we want it back. We want it back. Why is this man holding Indian hand? Why is a police officer with Indian hand? A police officer. Look at him, he's the one fighting. With Indian hand. I want to see what your DPO can do. Who told you that they cannot video you? Nothing. I go teach you work. What is the problem? What is the problem?
No video inside my motor.
What is the problem?
All right. So you can see there is rising tension, and one day it may get to the point where it will be difficult to control between law enforcement, the government, and the people. And that's the state of the nation. I wish that things are easier in Nigeria the way it is in America, because America had a problem. It's just a problem America had recently. And our wonderful president here in the United States handled it. Donald Trump handled it very easily. I just wish that we will get to the point where Nigeria's problems will be handled the same way Trump handles problems in America. Let me show you.
To our final broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
See? Case closed. Very easy.
Let's go.
You wish
I wake up to a little bit of
we can do this in Nigeria. Everything will be easy. But Nigerian problems are intractable, unbelievable. And when you have people like Reno Mockery, because I have to end with that. Reno Mockery, Reno Mockery, going around supporting everything that is going on, praising the people who run a country like that. Because he was looking for something, he finally got something from the government, and he's doing clownish things just to praise the government. Let me show you. Let's end it there.
This is for you. You, by the grace of God and the votes of the Nigerian people, you will govern until 2031.
Wow. The ambassador. Case closed. Isn't that wonderful? It's wonderful. I hope you enjoy this. All right. I will see you. Take care.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery. What's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Showore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
There's a protest tomorrow to liberate us. Most people here, we pull a call to say, don't participate. You know you are an Igbo. You know you are a Do. You know they don't like you. You know you are from Benue. You know you are from Jos. They're going to kill you. We are delusional. We are pretenders. We are not sincere. We are hypocritical. Dr. Damages, thank you. I do not take this for granted. I consider this a privilege. For bringing me back on and on again, I drop my heart for you. Thank you. I rest my case. And I'm gone. I wish Ovie was here. I wanted to talk to Ovie. Ovie is an agent. He's a distractor. Each time he comes here, tell him to remove those demons and ancestors behind him. Or else you charge him for it. He's collecting money. Yeah, he's doing free adverts on your show. You allow him to do that nonsense every day. Doctor, today, I'm agree with you too. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Omori.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló
really want no one Akpabio and his friend organize rally in their constituencies. People know they bring change. Organized people do. USAID, use now to destroy what we had then. Instead of you to come and be apologizing to Nigeria, you apologize to the man who was in power. Is you dumb?
Did they just say what he had then? What you had then was IPP and Abacha. You are dumb. You are a moron. You don't even collect good money. You don't collect good money. Nigeria is money. You are in America doing a DoorDash. You are in America doing DoorDash. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. Okay. You call me a fool. You call me a fool. What you had? No, I didn't know where the money came from. But what we achieved, I'm talking about the achievement. We keep Abacha out. We keep IPP out. That is the democracy. You are your moronic and imbecilic Okpebolo. I enjoy it today. You guys will die. You guys will die. You guys don't take it. It's just that we're not taking the cooperation of Nigerians. You call me a fool. You are moronic. You are imbecilic. You are in a nudity of your Nigeria is money. You are in America doing DoorDash. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Okay, if only I know how to get this out of the way. We'll be live. Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. I appreciate all of you. It's Saturday here in New York. It's cold, it's raining, it's not very bright, but I hope it's wonderful where you are in the world. Thank you for another show, joining us for this interesting show. We are going to talk on so many issues. The lead story is about a change in the U.S. immigration green card process. Since Trump came, he has been tweaking things, changing things, adding new things. On Friday, they issued a memo. The memo was issued by the State Department saying that going forward, if you are in the United States and you're a foreigner and you're applying for green card, you have to go back to your home country to apply. You are not going to do that here. A lot of people are protesting, especially those who are lawyers and those who deal with refugees and people like that, saying that you're essentially forcing people to go to where they were being abused and they were running away from to go and apply for green card. They've been doing this for different categories of visas. For renewal of those visas, they've been telling people to go outside the country. Most people go to places like Canada instead of going to their home country to apply. So, but now they want people to go back to their home countries. The reason why people don't want to go, apart from security and safety issues, there are people who will go back and they won't give them visa. Essentially, they will be stuck. They can as well do it with people going to Canada or any other country in the world to reapply, to come back. So people do not like that. That's one of the policies that Trump has been putting in place for immigrants. So we're going to talk about that, how that will apply to our people who are here from all over Africa. In Nigeria, a court in Abuja ruled that INEC's timetable for everything is unconstitutional. It's illegal. So basically, they pushed back the election timetable. They are going to start afresh. INEC is going to start from the beginning now to figure out what to do. we thought the primaries, because if you know what happened in the last 1 week, there were primaries in several political parties, and they have candidates, and people are not happy about it. I think about 100 and something people from APC who are in the National Assembly, they didn't get tickets or something like that. I see a figure that was outrageous. They didn't get a ticket to run again. And because of the old timetable, they were not able to, they could not even go to another political party to try from that party. But all those things are now thrown out because of the court ruling, and the INEC is saying they will look into that and see what they do next. So something they set up to kind of cage politicians in where they are is now thrown open. So anything can happen, anything can happen. You can have a Adelabo, ex-power minister who lost in your state, show up here as a candidate of another political party. Already people are talking about moving to other parties as soon as this law is thrown away, to run from those political parties. So we see how that will change things for the political calculations we have right now, because so many people were not happy, so many. What else is in the news that we have to touch? The last thing I wanted to touch was something I have no idea what it means, but there's something they call the Premier League in England. And Arsenal, I know about the team, they won. This is the first time, according to news stories, the first time they were winning in, I don't remember the number of years, maybe 22 years, I'm not sure, don't quote me. But people in Africa were celebrating. It was a big deal. Let's see in Uganda what they were doing. So let's start the show. Let's open it up. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera in the studio so that we can bring you in, and we will begin the conversation on all these issues. Again, thank you for joining us, those on the comment section, and we appreciate you, those who are watching at home. If you can, this is a good time to like the stream and share, and we appreciate all your comments, and thank you again. Let's go. All right, Femi, I greet you.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, how are you?
We're doing good over here. Unlike you, where you're suffering in silence with the weather, come enjoy some sunshine in Texas, so we can transport to California.
I know you guys are enjoying, but by August we will have a better weather than you.
It's only for a short period.
I remember the last time I was in Texas, it was in August. I almost went back to the plane. I said, "The pilot, don't go. I'm leaving. This too humid."
No, doctor, you need to try Arizona. But like I said, it's one of the reasons why I left New York for you, especially because how, in addition, it's so expensive for no reason. But it's fine. We're doing well. Good morning, Mr. James.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. James. How are you? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Any story happening in your part of the world?
Yeah, in
Gambia,
in Senegal.
Oh, Senegal. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. I just saw that story before I went on. I couldn't integrate it into what's going on.
The president sacked the prime minister for ideological and other reasons.
I heard that there was something to do with money. What is the main story?
I think from what I gather, since they formed the government, they've not been able to see a number of things from the same perspective. The IMF is giving them some very steep conditions to be satisfied because the previous government of Macky Sall borrowed some money from the IMF, which they've not paid. So as a country, they have to honor their debt obligations. And the way they are going about it, they could not see things from each other's perspective. And also the prime minister who has been sacked, he formed the party while the president was in detention. So the president, when he was released, he contested the election on the party's platform. Whenever there's any misunderstanding, he always threatened the president that he's going to pull his party from the government. I mean, they could not see things from each other's point of view. So the president had no option than to tell him to go. It's not a new thing. We also had it here in the Gambia some time ago. The president asked his vice to quit honorably. It also happened in South Africa between Jacob Zuma and Thabo Mbeki. Mbeki sacked Jacob Zuma, so it's not a new thing.
So you think it's not going to escalate into more crisis in the country?
No. Well, I cannot say because for now, I don't think there's any cause for serious alarm. But what I'm foreseeing is that the next general elections to be hotly contested.
You think that the prime minister will run?
Yes, it's likely to run. Because this region is south of Senegal, they call it Casamas region. They've been clamoring for independence from Senegal all along. So people thought that with the union, what's the right English word?
The forming a government, coming together to form a government.
Yeah. Coming together to form a government will douse tension in the Casamas region of Senegal. But with what has happened now, anything can happen.
No, sorry, let me just correct something right there. So the prime minister cannot actually run, it's not qualified.
So it's qualified. You see, they formed the government together, just like Thabo Mbeki and
I want to explain what happened. So the prime minister was actually the leader of the party. He was the one that the people wanted.
That's what I said, yes.
Yeah, let me just finish it. So he was supposed to actually contest. In people's opinion, he was supposed to be the president. But the former president jailed him, so that make him ineligible to run for the office of the president. The current president is very close to him. They are close friends. They work in the same organization. They've been friends for a long time. He now used that popularity, the opportunity to push him forward to contest for the president. The people now voted for him. So I think there is problem of ego. That was how the president now nominated you to be the prime minister. So I think in some way he's still having the feeling like I'm the boss, but he's trying not to. He's still seeing the president as his boy, basically. So this was the problem. So he was not obeying his structure. He want to do things in his own way. He doesn't understand the leadership structure now that has changed. The president is the president. It's just like the issue Goodluck had with James Ibori had with Goodluck Jonathan. The moment anybody becomes president, even if it's your last born at home, he has a lot of power. So that is why this is happening now. So he is not eligible to contest. Senegal, they pass it through a lot of stuff. That's why sometimes it's very frustrating how Africa, sometimes I just feel I don't know, something is wrong in Africa, the black people. So But now the president is in charge, so he want to be president. That's what it is.
I think he has been pardoned for the jail time he served.
Okay, I'm not too sure about that. Probably possible.
Yeah, if he had not been pardoned, he would not have been qualified to be a prime minister. The bone of contention is economic policy. The president is dancing to the tune of the IMF, which is remotely controlled by France, while the prime minister who has been sacked,
Sanko.
It's with the people. Sonko, it's with the people.
Yeah, Sonko.
You know, when they announced his dismissal from office, he was welcomed. A mammoth crowd went to his house to welcome him for a job well done.
It's normal now. Yeah, so it's normal.
And also, they've discovered that I think gas and crude oil. There was a deal they signed which was not acceptable to the former prime minister now. They have some. Anyway.
You see, as Africa, one thing we need to be very careful about, right? This idea of looking for Messiah does not actually exist. We need to build a system. That is where we actually fail as Black people. Like the Gambia you just mentioned now. When Yaya Jammeh was going, I have a very close friend from Gambia. I was telling them the current president, what's his name? I told Adama Barrow, I told him, I said, these guys are the same. Now, even in Gambia, a lot of people are calling Yaya Jammeh to come back, but Yaya Jammeh cannot even enter the country. Even the Adama Barrow now, there is a lot of pressure on him. They form me a lot of coalition now to get him out of power. The moment a Black man get to power, they turn something else. It's like when people are talking of the dictators. If you go to history of dictators in Africa, all of them, from Robert Mugabe to Museveni to the Rwanda president, Yaya Jammeh, if you go to their history, how they collected power, the people were with them. The moment they are there for 10 years, they turn to mini God. That is my fear about the Ibrahim Traore today. If you know you love your country, what Ibrahim Traore needs to do, I'm not supporting him for this BS. Build a structure, build a system that is working, and exit. The only person that was able to prove that was Nelson Mandela. Look at what Obasanjo did. He wanted to stay in power forever. So that is why I don't like running after this politician. Yeah.
The problem is multifaceted.
Okay.
There are a lot of things happening in Africa which you and me are not privy to.
True.
But whenever we have reasonable African leaders, why are they removed from office? February 13, 1976, Murtala Mohammed was killed. The man who led the assassination, Suka Bukadimka, was at British High Commission that morning before they went to kill the man. Kwame Nkrumah did not know peace before he was overthrown. He was lucky that he was not even killed. Robert Mugabe, for repossessing the land that was forcibly dispossessed from his people.
Yeah.
Good. For possessing his land back, the British government wanted him to pay money to British farmers. And when these farmers farm their crops and they make their money, they remit the whole money to Britain. They don't invest it in Zimbabwe. Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia is the same. So there are a lot of things happening in Africa why we are unable to form a stable political system that respects the order and not the personalities. There are a lot of things we are not saying.
True, anyway, I know of that too. Yeah.
Then, in South Africa right now, there's an uprising. The uprising is still in progress. In Durban, Cape Town, Johannesburg, Eastern Cape, the whole country is in turmoil as we are speaking right now.
Yeah.
And the ANC is not likely to win the next general election.
It's going to be tough.
There are a lot of things going on. I pity the ANC to some extent, and I also blame them to some extent. Anyway, we will not have time to discuss those things now because we have so much on our plate at the moment.
All right, Mr. James, one last thing on this. I know the map of Gambia. Gambia is essentially, apart from the shoreline, buried inside Senegal. How is that, whatever is happening in Senegal, how does that impact the Gambia?
That's a very good question. The Gambia has 80 kilometers coastline. Apart from the coastline, the other the entire boundaries of what's it called, the Gambia is right. We're inside the belly of Senegal. The way Lesotho is inside South Africa. The way Abuja is inside Nigeria. That's how we are in Senegal. But it's very interesting that what happens in Senegal has very, very little or no impact on the way Gambians operate because of the political systems. We're operating the British political system while they are French. At family level, they interact a lot. There's no Gambian who has no relative in Senegal. No Gambian. I mean, the native Gambians. All of them have got relatives in Senegal. And the Senegalese, they also have relatives in the Gambia. But at official level, they have very little or nothing in common. This is one of the serious causes of misunderstanding between Yahya Jammeh and the government of Senegal while he was in office. He was seeing things from the British perspective and from his own radical point of view. He could not work with the Senegalese, and the Senegalese also could not work with him. The political boundaries only separated Senegal from the Gambia, but did not separate the people. Sociologically, they are exactly the same people. Whenever I go to Senegal, I communicate in Wolof, elementary Wolof. They understand me. And when they come here, they also speak Wolof. But they cannot speak English. Neither could they, what we call like this, the Gambians speak French. Although in the Gambia, they use some French words as part of their native, to replace their native word, like hospital. They call it l'hôpital, pharmacie, marché, samedi. All these are French words. Transo, these are French words. They've already incorporated into the way we incorporate some Yoruba words into our Pidgin English, like Oga, Maoga, something like that.
Yeah.
So that's what is happening. But politically, they are radically different. They are sharply contrasting. They're sharply contrasting. So whatever happens there, like what is going on now, I heard it this morning. Because of the way I live, I don't interact with people. So I heard it this morning that the man has been sacked, I think some days ago.
No, it happened yesterday.
Okay, but
it's not just he. He also dropped some of this minister too.
Yeah.
I think there was power sharing actually. So now he's trying to bring his whole people into the cabinet.
Well, the issue is that I don't think he can deliver the goods. That's the thing, because the political structure we inherited from the colonial masters is what we are still operating, even in Nigeria up to now. And that structure is not meant to develop African territories.
100%.
Yes,
it's not meant for Africa.
We are securely tied to the West. So this is the main problem we are facing.
What has really baffles me is how we adopt a political structure from the West without even touching it to suit our system. We just go ahead and just adopt the system and we just follow it like malus. So I don't know why we do that. I'm like, is it that we have to have our originality? It's just like me going to your house, see your settings, see the kind of how you set up your rooms. Probably you have children more than me. I will go to my house, I want to replicate the same thing. Like, you have to adjust a system to suit you.
I agree with you.
I don't even understand how we do it, man.
If you look at the European legal system, in fact, the American democracy is not exactly the same as the British democracy. They have two houses of parliament. Britain has, I think, House of Lords and whatever. Their systems are different. And even their legal systems, this assumption of innocence before we found guilty is not applicable to the French people. Can you hear me, please?
Yes. I heard you. Even Canada here, that bordered America, the system is different. Even Canada that border America, they don't use the same system. Things are different fundamentally. So it's just I don't know how we adopt all this system without looking at the other side.
Anyway,
this is one of the things the young Nigerians in particular, the young Nigerians in future should work. These are problems we've inherited from our ancestors. It is our duty to reform or to refine the system to suit our needs. They've done their part and they are gone. It's our duty to build on what they handed over to us.
Thank you so much, Mr. James, and I appreciate that. Femi, so I mentioned some of the things in the news that we are following. I mentioned Arsenal, the win, which most people care about. I also talked about the primaries that happened. P2B got the ticket of NDC, and they essentially, I don't think he has any competitor, but that might change with this new law that just took place. The new ruling by the judge that is forcing INEC to open up everything. So somebody can decide to wake up tomorrow and go to NDC and say, I'm running for president, and they'll be forced to screen him. So the same thing with other parties. I think I've got the figure. I think it's about 70 people, 70 APC serving members in the National Assembly lost their tickets, including those that won as members of a Labour Party and switched to APC. Now they have opportunity. Before, the door was closed on everybody. Now with the new ruling by the judge, they can decide to join NDC or ADC or join PDP. So everything, we're back to the beginning. And that will be our topic for the first topic of our conversation today when we start in another 8 minutes. But let me just say hello to Adeshola. Adeshola, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are. And nice to see everybody.
Yeah. Adeshola, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. Just back, and yeah. So said I should just join the crew and see what is on discussion today.
Okay. Is there any story that you're watching?
I mean, the stories that you laid down itself is what's talking about. It's just the beginning of what to come next year. It's not going to be funny at all. So we already know what we are getting anyway. So there's no point talking about it. So until it emerges in 2027.
Yeah, I'm hearing from INEC official already said that they are going to review the judgment. Some people like Kulata are saying that that's not the interpretation of the ruling. Politicians are interpreting it that way. They are hoping that they have opportunities to move to other parties. INEC is saying that they are going to look into they always say that they want the certified copy of the ruling, and then they will decide what they will do, what they have to change. But obviously something has changed, and people are interested in knowing what to do, because most of these politicians are not going to just hand over, raise their hands and say we're done. We are not going to be part of this electoral process. And if there is a way for them, and nobody's appealing. I was thinking that people will say we're going to appeal this. We're going to stick with the timetable that INEC already issued. All right, we get to the conversation, and
let me add to it, Rudolph.
Yeah, go ahead.
PRP cleared Donald Duke. It's also contested. He's in the race now for president.
Under what party?
PRP.
PRP. Okay.
Yeah, and the other item is Trump is seriously threatening to still take over Cuba. It was yesterday. This is a big item. The biggest one you actually missed, I don't know if it's for obvious reason. So the Yakubu Gawan
the book
biography is a big
yeah.
item on the social medias.
The book,
yeah. Then
I'm trying to get people who have read the book for next week, or who have the
That's
book.
good.
We have to talk about the book as a separate show.
Yeah. Then the last one you mentioned, that the APC House of Commotion. So that's a big one, definitely. That one is just
also Dangote refinery is going public.
Yeah, IPO. Yeah,
IPO. I don't even know whether it's in Nigeria or outside.
It's in Nigeria.
It's in Nigeria. Okay. All right. So people are excited, and he's also talking it up that there've been some people have come approach him up to $2 million. $2 billion.
$2 billion.
Yeah. Ready to buy.
It's a lot of these politicians, those criminal people in office, they are gonna pop money to it, you know. The common man, how many Nigerians have money to buy stuff from Dangote? The truth is, people they're gonna buy little. The big guys or they're looking for where to hide their money, they will pop money to the Dangote refinery. He's also doing a special too, and he want to build one in East Africa too. So there's a lot of project going on. He have some project, especially in Ethiopia for a cement factory. I think the refinery want to build in East Africa. He was thinking of Uganda, between around Aziz and Kenya. So yeah, it's a big project coming up.
Okay, and one last thing, JAMB has a new director. Tinubu appoints 39-year-old professor as JAMB register, Shegun Aina. The love stories around him and a bio that is out there. I've not looked into that in details, but that's a new guy, younger person, which is something that we've always been looking for, younger people running things. Not that they've proven themselves to be better than the old, but it's something that people are discussing out there.
No, Rudolph, they are better actually. This guy,
Yaya Bello. No, wait, Yaya Bello.
No, there are young people that are dumb, but worse than the older people. So, but there are younger people like this guy. He has been a consultant with JAMB and WAEC.
Oh, I don't know him. I'm not talking about him
on the computer system. So we need such people. It's commendable. As long as they are qualified, they can get the job done. That is what we need. It's not it's not man, no man. Now, my friend, Papa, so let's look for qualified people across the country. They are actually there. You can get them to get the job done.
No, it depends on what you mean by qualified people, because most Nigerian professionals of these days, they are just wishing.
So I read this profile.
Excuse me. No, this is even a question of man, no man. Why can't we in Nigeria do things on merit? All his appointees are Yorubas. Muhammadu Buhari did the same thing. All his appointees were Fulani. So if I come there tomorrow and I start appointing Urobos and Edo people, can anybody fault me?
Yeah, that's the major. Yeah, that's the major setback of this administration. Because we have.
I mean, I don't know the right English word to use. Even in the United States, I know that most of the white people there, in fact, all of them migrated from Europe. But if a president of Irish descent happened to be president, that does not mean that all positions will be held by the Irish people, or the Polish, or the Italian, or whatever it is. We should go for merit. This issue of my tribesmen, it is the turn of the North, it's the turn of the South. To me, it's utter nonsense. It was not like this during the military dispensation. The military boys, they did far better than the civilians since this was the present political dispensation. The government of Yakubu Gowon, for example, if you know the kind of project the man executed in the country, I mean, we really don't know what to do in the country. This is why I believe that Nigeria is, I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you. Let's start the show properly and begin the conversation.
Give you money. So now you they pay to enter, you can't lose.
Nobody send you.
They don't pay you money.
Man, let me tell you, as I did now, Tinubu no really trust me. As Igbo man where I be, they look me with one eye. because he believes say this one where they work for people before.
Hey.
This one fee maybe.
Oh, you don't work for me, Peace Obi before?
Yes, now last election.
Why you leave from?
I check my brother. See, I don't want to lose again. Because they say first food no be food, now second food be food.
Well, yeah, where you choose Peter Obi, you say you go lose. But now when we say you choose Tinubu, you can't still lose. So what happened?
No be Tinubu lose now. I mean,
you lose.
Yes, now you don't mean anything.
Okay.
Peter Obi no lose.
If you choose
as he lose that one, he kill himself. No be in the one run again. I think you no be in the strong.
You go win again. This one, Abi.
You know if he win.
How you know? See, please.
You know if he win because he's not ready. The people who are more ready.
Yes, Pella is now an Anderson Cooper of Nigeria. Wonderful interview with Cubana chief priest. Let's look at this.
Men are afraid of competition. Real men don't run away, don't walk away from a good fight. They don't. I'll give you an example. When I was at the NHIS, I was supposed to be there 5 years and do all this katakata. I did 3 years. Every day from day one to day whatever was one fight after the other, right? Petition, this is the house, and I stopped taking newspapers back home because I'll see my wife reading it and say, oh, today they said you stole 10 billion. And then I say, 10 billion? Oh, they don't know how to do calculation. No, I'll tell her, I'll joke with her, I say they don't even know how to do math. It's just 15 billion I stole. She hated it from day one to day zero. After a while, she told me, for goodness sake, I should not put her and our children through all of this. In harm's way. Right. We should just, not even harm's way, just this bad publicity. Yes. That I should just walk away from this. And I said, no. You don't walk away. I'm not going to walk away and leave a stain. This stain. My family, you and my children. Real men stay and fight. And I'm still fighting it. You fight for what is right. So this is a leader, you're going to hand over a country of over 200 million that runs away when the party is rattling him. This is a country, you come, you will get blown from left, right, everywhere. Peter Obi has never had to work for his ticket. The ABGA ticket he got was handed to him. So he became a governor in Anambra State. The Labour Party ticket he got in 2022, he didn't go through primaries, it was handed to him. The vice presidential ticket was handed to him by Atiku. So he's not seen real intra-party competition. He's who I call, with all due respect, the spoiled child of Nigerian politics. Everything is being given to him. He can't stand the real fight where the big boys come into the ring. He can't. And Rabi Musa Konkoso has been a local hero. He is the alpha and omega there, whatever he said in Kano. That was then. The dynamics are changing.
One last one.
This is to satisfy that following the screening of the presidential aspirants of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, His Excellency, and being satisfied that he has complied with all the requirements of the Constitution of the party and all provisions of the Electoral Act and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, dealing with eligibility to contest presidential election, and given the satisfactory answers given by him to all the questions from members of the National Screening Committee, is hereby cleared to contest in the presidential primaries of the party for the 2027 presidential election on the date to be announced by the party. Congratulations.
Successfully screened and cleared to contest in the presidential primaries of the party. On behalf of the party, on behalf of the national chairman and every member of the party, I hereby present to you officially your nomination form. This nomination form is
The serial number is 001, and it is done for the purpose.
All right. So let's start. He got the 001 nomination form. It would have been good to give him 007, but all right, Femi, let's start with you. What is going on in the political arena? What do you see happening? Tinubu said that this is a wonderful primary season, that everything is going well. Do you see INEC, if this is what they are giving us in their primaries, how do we have hope that the main election will be credible?
A couple of seconds for me to be your co-uncle, since you refused to ask me what I also have seen.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. You do it all the time, so it's fine. I forgive you. So the Ebola spread is becoming an issue. This is how COVID started suddenly. And I recall when I was in Queen's College, in the CUNY Queen's College, my previous life as a molecular biologist, the kind of things we were doing at that time gave me cause for concern. And that's why there continues to be a huge expenditure. A lot of people are not aware of this, not just in America, but in other parts of the world, on what is referred to as gain of function research for a lot of things that never existed before. But that's one. But it's because, just watch out, it's becoming a huge problem. Now, on the other end, there's something else I was going to add that has to do with the terrorists that kidnapped those school teachers, principal, and kids, including as young as 2 and 3. There's reports that they only want to speak to the governor as of this morning in Nigeria. But to your point, and before Mr. James leaves, because just like him, this democracy and political things becoming really repugnant to me, But if I may add anything at all, I just want to say that to the point that Kulata made, just grazing through the report myself yesterday, I realized that the main theme had to do with the fact that submission of the primaries candidatures was moved from to sometime September. So obviously that opens up the door for people to keep defecting. By the time they make rounds on all the 19 political parties, maybe it will be down to waiting for the possibility that they might open up the space for someone else to come up with a new party. But again, like it's often said, the more things change, the more it remains the same. I really do not have any interest in it. I wish those are interested in the coming elections good luck, because nothing's going to change. We have to break everything down and start all over again. How that's going to happen is going to be down to the people. I don't have too much interest than to just continue laughing at everybody that thinks that we're actually going to be having real elections. Tinubu is already going to be your president, so you better start preparing now.
All right, thank you, Femi. Mr. James.
I don't think I have any. So that's a reasonable thing to say about the election, because I believe Nigeria is beyond redemption. Can you let me ask a question?
So let me ask you, the primaries in the Gambia, do you watch it? Is there anything like what we are seeing in Nigeria? The way that votes are counted and is this similar?
In the Gambia, they rig election before the election day. On the election day, it is impossible to rig elections. I mean, to rig what we call the elections. It's impossible. But before the election, a lot of things happen behind the scenes. But on election day, take it or leave it. It's impossible because of the system they are using. They don't use ballot papers. They use some tokens. It's difficult to explain. It might look primitive to most people outside the Gambia, but to them, it is it's foolproof. Let me put it that way, it's foolproof. They don't rig elections the way we do in Nigeria, but they influence the process before the election day.
Okay. All right.
So, just kindly let me ask a question. Anybody can answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there any need for the election? That's the question.
It's a waste of time and money and resources. There's no need. Let's just continue like this.
No, we'll continue like this with, what do you mean? Who will be in charge of the country?
There's no need for election. We just continue like this on the people are ready to step out and, take things. But I don't know. I mean, people have to come out and probably chase these people out. Everybody, every single one of them.
Are you saying that
it's gonna be down to us?
You want the governors to stay in place, the senators to stay in place, and the
No,
president?
there's no need now. We just waste money again, which we have been wasting. They've already amassed all the state
I prefer
votes.
military rule. I prefer military rule.
Just wasting our time.
So let me play this again, just for those that just joined us.
This is OUK primary in Okamo Ward. Everything is going seamlessly. All these people are for OUK movement.
11, 12, 13,
So interesting.
15, 16, 18,
This is lovely.
151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 200, 201,
1,500.
So something like this, if you were Ojuzo Kalo and you were a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and they conducted this primary for you and declared you a winner, will you be able to come out in public and say, I won the primaries and this is the number I got, votes I got?
Dr. Damages, this is the reason why I told you some time ago that if the 2027 election happens to be free and fair, put me before a firing squad without trial. I mean, I stand by what I've said. If it is free and fair, put me before a firing squad without any court trial.
Because people are pretending that this is not part of the election, 2027 election. This is part of it.
It's part of it. Nomination is part of the election.
Somebody lost. Somebody lost.
Without nomination, you cannot contest the election. So it's a process.
Somebody lost to Ojuzo Kalo based on this count that we all watched.
Dr. Damages, please, when you see a video like this, what do you expect to happen when the actual so-called election happens? What do you think is going to change?
Oh, this is the election. This is part of
that's
it.
That's what I'm saying. So what's the point? Wasting money. Let's just continue like this now. There's no point. Until we're serious, maybe the people themselves revolt. What's the point?
And this is something I never thought about until I watched this. The people doing the count, that person is known. He didn't cover his face. He didn't cover his face, but he knew, he's sure that there's no consequence. Nothing will happen to him. Because I'm sure if they ask you to make this count, you won't do that.
Doctor, let me tell you something. You see, the reason why I usually remember there's something KG always says about the fact that at some point he had to leave and just forget about it. See, the thing is, even if you try to do the right thing, because I'm sure there's people that have conscience in Nigeria. At the end of the day, it's like, if you're not, they'll just push you aside and find someone that's ready to see. I saw this as a matter of fact. Let me just end this way, please. I'm sorry. A long time ago, one of my father's brothers, who was a politician like that, I remember he made me, they always it's as if they're going to the coven. They always have midnight meetings. So he practically begged me to follow him to a ward in Mautu, specifically for one of those 2 a.m. meetings. They never, doctor, if you have one thing I assure you, you just be ready to do night session if you join a political party in Nigeria. Anyway, so we got there at a ward. Then Tinubu was still governor. All they were doing was sharing bags of, we are not sharing bags of rice and gari did not start today. But that was supposed to be a meeting for one night. Anyway, by the time we were done, when we got home, I literally, even though I said it jokingly, I told him, I said, never in your life, should you wake me up and tell me to follow you to, is this what you do? This was 2001 or so. So we are gunners. We're joking. Let us continue now. This one is just we have not seen nothing.
All right, Adeshola.
Dr. Damages and everyone. To be honest with you guys, Mr. James is right. You see, Nigerians living in Nigeria, they've not suffered at all. And I'm being honest with you. There's no yet sufferness. People are enjoying in Nigeria as I'm speaking to you. I can tell you categorically they are enjoying. There will come a time, I don't know, those people, you guys that read the Bible, it will get to a time that they will be killing their children. They will want to eat their children. The way we are going, there's no doubt about it. There's no redemption. Mr. James have said it. I started listening to, like I said, I started listening to Edmond Obilo. I started listening to all these other guys to listen to the past, our past. Doctor, the past is worse. Our past is bad. It's a reflection of what we are seeing now. And what we are currently seeing now is going to affect, is currently affecting our future, is waiting for us. We don't just know yet. The current situation in Nigeria is bad. I said it. Solly might be a young chap amongst us. This guy is telling the truth. He said it almost like 3 weeks ago. Nigerians are yet, they've not suffered yet. And nobody is coming up. I said that for us to change, for that country to change, we need to change, the constitution. The reason why today America is great, America is this, even Trump, as much as he's trying to turn the law upside down, is because the framers saw into the future. None of our leaders saw into the future. I want you to quote anyone who saw into the future. Is it Awolowo? Is it Zik? Is it Tafawa Balewa? Tell me which one of them saw into the future. Because if they saw into the future, the politics they played in the 50s and the 60s, they wouldn't have played it. They put us right in this mess. The framers in the US saw that, in the future, there will be a madman. There will be a set of people that will want to change this thing around. They made sure that they set the foundations right. Our forefathers never set the foundations right. Oh, yes, Awolowo, yes, he did this. Oh, he gave us free education. For what? Because he was going to fight for presidency at the top. Well, not simply because of the fact that he wanted to make Nigeria great. It was his own personal ambition. Let us set it right. Let us speak the truth. But people will come, they'll say, yes, he's a hero. He's a hero for what? Destroying the whole of the Western states for his own personal gain? Oh, hold this place for me. Like the other guy that did there in deputy is a mumu. Into see the place sweet. He kicked him out. Let us be telling the truth. If we don't tell ourselves the truth, see, we are all sitting on a gun of gunpowder or whatever. You see, Dr. Damage, I've just told you, and Mr. James said it. I mean, Mr. James is one of the people that made me join the group, but he said it. He said it is irredeemable. You may not like him, you may not like his word, but I take that word to the bank, and I've said it. This is what is going to happen. And now let us face it. Those people that were counting, please, are they not Nigerians? Dr. Damages, US today, I'm sorry, I'm taking a little bit of time. US today, what US is for black people is because some people said no. They fought for it. It is through blood and sweat. The black people, the freedom that most of the blacks are enjoying today. Some people, and a lot of people died for it. Some people fought for it. So let us face the truth, Dr. Damages. If we cannot change our constitution, we cannot change the rule of law, these people will ride us to our graves, and that is what is happening. I yield at the moment. If you want to ask me a question, I will answer.
I'll ask you a question because watching that video, I was thinking about kids who are probably 10, They have been introduced to a political system in Nigeria. They watch that count. When they get to 18, 20, what do you think they know as a foundation or background of our electoral process? That's what they know. That's how we do it. People don't think about this concept. But hold on, Adeshola. And I'm thinking when you are saying like what James said, that it's hopeless. And you mentioned Awolowo and the generation that framed the constitution and negotiated the independence and whatever they got right or wrong. What will we say? Your own generation, our own generation. What did we do? What did we negotiate? How did we move it further? In America here, they talk about coming up with a more perfect nation, moving forward, making it better every generation. What did our generation try to do? That's the question. It's not about throwing up our hands and saying that we can't do anything, we can't change it. Yeah, it's an easy way, but what did we do? How did we try? What are we going to say we did? Briefly, before I go to other people.
Yeah, sincerely, yes, we are not doing enough, but part of our generation still fought for like NSAS, still fought for this confab in 2012 that Jonathan set up. It wasn't far-fetched. If that confab had come on board, sincerely, majority of these things will not happen. Yes, it will so happen, but some of them will more or less be jailed. So, see, like Justice Crack that we are talking about, he's still part of a way of fighting. But what happened to him? They called him in. They wanted to send the guy to prison. Even if but for his wife, we will not know wherever he is. Let us speak the truth. We are currently running a semi-military regime in which Tinubu has set. He has set a very, very bad precedent. And we are currently suffering for it. And this result now, Dr. Damages, when I say result, I'm not talking about the election. This precedent that this guy has set is not for today. It's not for 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. We will now be seeing the result. Just quote my word for it. You can join me with Mr. James for firing squad as well.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me go to AY. AY, you have 4 minutes. I'm now timing everybody. 4 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I really enjoy Sola. I know he changed his name today. You see, I think the opposition, they are not doing enough. We'll be calling out these opposition leaders here, right? When I look at the opposition leaders, you see they are all a bunch of greedy leaders. You will not take Tinubu out easily in that way. You see, the first thing the opposition are supposed to focus on before fighting for who is going to be presidential aspirant was to fight for electoral reform. Set your goals, fight for electoral reform. If the government are not ready to do that, then what you do, you boycott the election completely. This is the way to go. But they refuse to do that. So when you see them now, I was just telling you, Donald Duke he bought a form in PRP. He has been cleared. Amechi is there, Peter Obi is there, Ulo Jonathan is in question. So what do they? It's very confusing what they want. What you see, the primary what you are seeing with APC. I don't know why anybody is surprised. Actually, I'm not actually surprised. I'm just laughing. I call it APC as of commotion. PDP actually did worse actually than even this. But where is the PDP today? They are crying. So today, why I'm also happy, a lot of the senators, a lot of House of Rep members lost their primaries, which is going to be interesting. Now, go and watch them. You hear them crying now. Oh, electoral reform. Oh, we need to do the right thing by the country. When you were there, what did you do? Let's have a system that works for everybody. That's the most important thing we need to focus on. All this, we're looking for Messiah. No, it's not going to work. This is one thing, right? Then there was a video you showed about Cubana chief priest. He's complaining Tinubu will not like him because he's an Igbo man. What a BS. The man that won that election was an Igbo man. He's not a Yoruba man. So this is how they divide the country, how they play the game. When he was following what's that group? city boys, lady city boy collecting money. He never complained. Oh, I'm an Igbo man. What a BS. Let him go to hell, man. You see, we are not ready. Basically, we are not ready. Even in this election, we are not ready. You know, unfortunately, a lot Nigeria are very divided. This is another thing that is very strange. When you go to some platform, let's say most of them, they are aligned with Tinubu, they call you obedient. When you come here, you have a lot of people supporting Peter Obi. Oh, you are Tinubu supporter. When you go to another place that is supporting Atiku, oh, it's all beer. We are also part of the problem. Our loyalty is not to our country. Our loyalty is to individuals. This is a problem. Our loyalty should be with the country, not to individual. Even the person you are supporting, he does not want to do the right thing. Go against the person. Go against them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AY. Let me come to you, Ovie. Venice.
Hallelujah. So what is the central question?
The political is we are watching what's going on in Nigeria. The political parties are having their primaries. We want to know what you think about how it's going. Is this giving you confidence that the next election will be credible? I mean, if this what we're watching is what they gave us, how they brought up their party candidates, is that credible to begin with, or is the election not already a failure?
Well, I think it depends on the angle you are seeing it from. Because for me, I am not I'm not surprised with this happening. You know, just like as I said last week that Obi will not Congo will not deputize Obi, and one of the reasons I gave is that we should keep watching.
Wait, don't do this today. I want you to tell me you're not surprised at what is happening. Is it this? Let me play the video again. If you, this is what I want you to comment on before you go on tangent. This is an example of primaries that are happening, and they are.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1,000, 1,001, 1,000.
So this is what they are showing the world. This is how we conduct elections. This is how somebody will come out and say, I was nominated to be the governor of Ondo State, whatever position that, and you think it's okay. You are trying to justify or think. What are you saying?
Exactly. You just instead of allow me to, have my say. By the time I finish having my say, you will find out if I don't answer your question or not.
You have 4 minutes.
I don't know.
Go ahead, again.
Now, I am a product of the Nigerian system. I've been a beneficiary. I've taken advantage of the system, and the system also, provides some wonderful opportunity to me. So what is happening is not shocking to me. Just like as I said, I told you last time that one of the reasons I gave you that Konkoso will not deputize Obi is that don't worry that we are just getting started. There's still more time. You were shocked because you believe that everything will end at the end of this month. I said, chill. As a Nigerian athlete, until you go tell your relative, say until they see you for TV, standing on your mark, they compete. That's where you make Nigerian team. I did my house, Commonwealth Games, India Commonwealth Games 2010. They decamped me less than 48 hours to departure in Lagos. I did my house, they watch. My name appeared for screen, the name they empty. Most of my colleagues don't go so many competitions. Now only their luggage arrived in their house. So and made so many times I have used Olympic as an event to quantify Nigerian competitive politics. That the presidential politics is like the Olympics now every 4 years. So when I said I'm not surprised, keep watching. It is not over until it's over. That is the game you are watching and play. So the game until INEC bring the final list on the ballot sheet of election, then you can't believe, okay, these are the presidential candidates. I'm telling you.
Ovie, are you saying that INEC will go and conduct a different primary to get a list, or they are going to disqualify the person that the party said won this primary. This one we watched.
I am saying power is by negotiation. It's negotiable. At the phase where we are now, it's negotiation. They are still negotiating. They negotiate, they select, they give us to elect. Is it not how it's been? You are presenting your question as if you are shocked. Those people represent me and you on this platform. If you see them internalize Dr. Damage's platform, right? Ivy or say, right? You find out that you came on, you appear as like God, gave us a free land, Nigeria. Free. There was no string attachment to the platform you gave us. You don't require anything, no condition. Few of us volunteer to be moderators and what? And presenters. Look at it over the years, those few moderators and presenters, even though you did not give them any requirements, you did not ask them to be anything, come with your opinion, but you just give them free will to enact rules and regulations that will govern the platform on your behalf. What have we seen over the years? Some people could not stand each other insults. Some people could not stand every other point of view. Some people don't like, some people look. They've come and gone all over the years, even up to today. That's who we are. So with this is the representative of Nigeria. Those are people who present themselves to be our elected officials and appointed officials, the way that they misbehave. That's how we are here. So don't appear to me that, oh, you are shocked that they are counting from 1 to 10, they will jump to 100 as if it's a new thing. This is what they call real-time transmission. The question is that what are you going to do about it? The agreement that we come to agree on here, one point we all agree here on this platform at the end of 2023 election is that it was rigged. And also, we also agree that it was not rigged. The rigging did not take place spiritually. It was physical and monetarily. We know, so we failed to do the needful. Now we are sure, again. It's real time. You are seeing the result. The question is, what are you going to do about it? The elite are telling you, do your worst. So don't appear to me that, oh, you are shocked. For me, for the Nigeria that I grew up, the Nigeria that I made me, that's how it works. Every aspect of Nigeria, if there's anything that represents Nigeria in terms of Nigerian sport, this Nigerian track and field, it's individual sport, but it's also collective sport. It takes nuances to understand that. You have to train every day for a year for a split of seconds. So it takes a lot of mental work. Now, and again, politics it's not by intellectual definition. It is real. It is written in human blood on human flesh, not by ink on paper. That's the reality of politics. They are negotiating. It's not over yet.
Okay, thank you, Ovie. Oti, welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Hi. I just all right. I came actually because I listened to James and then to Femi. I'm just wondering, these gentlemen they allow their negativity and pessimism to get the better of them. Look, it's nothing. It shouldn't be surprising what's happening. Even with the primaries we're talking about. To me, that is not. The main point is how do Nigerians and how do we respond to that? How do we react? It's not it's not welling and giving up. Say okay, the word no. Okay, so because. Are you expecting, is that these gentlemen and some of us here are not really realistic? We don't understand how things work. Those that are in power, are you expecting them to just, kind of sit down, sit quietly and not resist the change that Nigerians want? Okay, you're saying that Nigerians are not hungry enough yet. That what kind of logic is that? It doesn't make sense to me. This is a battle. This is a fight. Between light and darkness. That's what it is. And for an individual, for anybody who is enlightened, and I would say, forgive me, common sense, we have to understand that it's really a question of on which side do you want to belong. Okay? And it cannot also tell me that we don't see some Nigerians, a handful of them, trying to do the good thing, do the right thing. And therefore, what do people of conscience, you and I, if you come to this platform and then talk, if you don't have that sense of a belief that something good can, that good can overcome evil. I don't really see, I don't understand why you're coming here. Okay? Making the effort to talk, to speak to people, to persuade. If you don't have, that humanity, that element of, a sense of good, okay, as opposed to the evil, that let evil prevail. And this world we live in there's battle everywhere. That's how reality is. Okay, and therefore, you see what's going on. We shouldn't be surprised. Equally, we shouldn't be downcast. We shouldn't just give up. No, there's no option. I don't believe there's an option. Not doing anything is not an option. So we have to see where, no matter how how dim or small that light, we just have to support it. Okay, people are, and then you talk about Nigeria new constitution. Okay, yes, change of the constitution, whatever the structure, but how is it going to come about? It is also going to be a fight, a battle. But you just have to believe that we know what is right and what is wrong. People that are counting 1, 10, and 50, they're doing the wrong thing, and they know that. But the question is, when, at what point does, the consequences of actions, at what point do actions have the right consequences? That's the only thing. I mean, if people can do things and get away with it, nothing will change. Okay, but it's not forever. Nothing lasts forever. But we have to be prepared mentally, intellectually, to fight for the good, to be on the side of the good, the right thing. That's the only thing. I mean, that is life. That's the only way. Giving up, it's not an option, and I don't believe in that. And I don't want to listen to people like that. Yes, no matter how bad things are, you just have to have that belief that it can change. And then those, even if it's a couple of individuals, half a dozen doing the right thing, you got to support them. That's what anybody of conscience, a decent person, an intelligent person should do. That's my belief.
Rudolph, please, can I just clear something real quick since you mentioned my name?
Go ahead.
I would prefer, Mr. Oti, that you listen, not to respond, but to actually understand. I actually offered something.
You think I don't understand?
No, yeah, I think so. Because you use words. So let me just respond real quick, please.
Go ahead.
I mentioned specifically that I'm not even interested in we're wasting our time. I specifically said that, and I offered the fact that when Nigerians as themselves get serious, it's not the first time I'm mentioning this view. I offered it before. They need to come out and fight for it. There's been revolt. Other people fought, like you said, in other places. Nigerians need to come out. Otherwise, we're going to continue like this. What have you seen that's going to make anything change? We're going to come out and stop wasting our time with all this system that we have in place. It's not going to change, period.
Okay, Oti, don't respond yet. Let's Adeshola has something to say too before.
I want to ask Mr. Oti, the same on Femi. When the revolution in France happened, do you think it was only one person, 2 people, 3 people? And it happened, it was, it's not simply because of bread. It has been happening over time. When the North and the South fought, a lot of people have been fighting people in the South. But when it got to that point that they couldn't bear it anymore, the mass number of the people in the North in the US came and fought the people in the South to a standstill. What we are saying is that it's not that maybe we don't understand I get you what you're saying, but the reality is that if it is 1, 2, 3, 4 people are coming out, or one section in Nigeria are coming out to more or less fight, it may not hold water. But if the whole of Nigeria come up against this government, when they are tired, things will change.
All right, Oti, 2 minutes.
Well, okay, look, it's so is it just a question of matter of number, right? Okay, so now if it's number, the question is how do we then get that critical mass? Okay, that's the challenge. But then look, you guys just kind of, it's like changing a tune. Now somehow something can change. But then how do we get there? Is it by saying that there's no, okay, look, who tells you, how do you know that this number you're talking about, the critical mass, we're not gonna get to that point in, I don't know, in tomorrow or next tomorrow in coming elections. I mean, so the problem is that you guys have kind of said, look, there's no hope, there's no chance, this is not gonna happen. No, you just keep on trying. You can't just give up hope. Some people are doing the right thing, and we can only encourage them. That's the least you can do. I'm not saying that they're not hungry yet. What does that mean? It doesn't make sense. People are suffering, and some people are trying. Actually, some are protesting. Okay, maybe 12 today, tomorrow maybe double that number. That is what is happening. People have been coming out. Perhaps more people, yes. No, but the idea that we're wasting our time. No, nobody's wasting their time. Even if it's an individual. No, you can't tell the person he or she is wasting their time. No. Only thing you can hope and argue for, and perhaps facilitate, if you're in the position, if for more people to come out. That's how it is done. Okay.
But that's exactly what they are saying. They are saying, instead of channeling the attention to electing the president, let's channel the attention to the masses, educate them, empower them, and go before the government. That's just what they are saying. You are taking it literally.
No, that's not what they're saying.
I understand, Mr. James. Understand it that way, then it's on you, man.
Yeah, there's no way we can say there's no election will take place now. Power is never vacant. There's no possible. They are saying this energy we are channeling to, let's elect the president, let's elect one Messiah. Let's channel it to the masses.
Somebody has to be the president. We got to elect him. So they
agreed. Nobody disagreeing with you. Here you say the energy, the masses that we are channeling, we are wasting on individuals. We should channel it towards the masses. Educate the masses is not educated enough on how the system works. We they speak English to deceive ourselves. Let's organize the masses. Me and you know that we have not done enough in terms of organization.
How do we have organized? Yes, of course, you can organize them more. But
that's exactly what they are saying. That's exactly what they are saying. They challenge their attention and organize rather focus on presidency. They are not saying they don't participate. Participate, but don't lure the masses that the election will change anything at this point. Instead, tell the masses the reality that we are not. We don't have to.
Thank you, guys.
What will change things?
We have to move.
How do you explain that a country of 250 million, only 20% are participants?
Why is it that when I
how do you explain that?
You mute yourself. Over here. Mind yourself. Forefathers, go ahead.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to all the panelists. Greetings to the chat, and special greetings to the viewers at home. This week has been quite traumatic in many ways. With the incident in Oyo State, and it's one of those tragic events that keeps occurring in Nigeria, and it just seems like everybody's used to it. And this morning I saw some message that made me annoyed and about these things, because I was talking to some Nigerians last week about these incidents that will keep occurring until you do something and have people to cut down the response time. And the argument that if they recruit people into the military, they will recruit more Northerners. And I think I like that, because the reason why I like it, because the person is speaking their mind. Because I wonder why many Nigerians hate recruiting into the security forces. And I think at the back of their mind is police brutality, military people being brutal, and the fact that most people in the South don't care about joining the security forces. They fear that the Northerners are going to join it. Because of that, they don't want it to. This is somebody that is from the region where a teacher just got beheaded. And some of them were in tears on the panel. And yet they don't want anybody to secure the country because they fear that the other side is going to recruit more people. That is the country we are in. We allow our fears of each other to govern, to overrule our priorities, to safeguard lives. That is, it's remarkable to actually hear that, because some people, when I speak about this, they'll say, because the Penta Boko Haram are in the military, and the soldiers are the military, they are people that are working for the bandits in the military. All kinds of excuses that they give for things not to happen, and yet innocent people keep dying, and many of these people, they will go home for Christmas, and somebody's going to keep them safe. There's a security guard everywhere. If you're afraid of Northerners being too many in the military, how about the ones that are there now? Have they destroyed the entire country? And what makes you think that is in their interest to come and attack you? If they attack you, it will be their end. Because If they attack any southern state, can you imagine that? Like the North, because they are in the military, they decide to start an adventure and say they want to attack southwest or southeast or south. That would be their end. They will just become like Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, one of those desert dwelling nations, because they will never win that war. They will never win. And this fear that we have of each other is blinding us to doing the right thing. Because the same security forces are the one protecting your cities. I go to Nigeria. I didn't have any fear in Abuja that I was unsafe anytime. You know, I don't understand why we refuse to do the right thing. Then every weekend, every day when we hear tragedy, we are happy to post it in. It's almost morbid, really. Why do we do that? We are happy. And one of the saddest sights you see the women weeping, crying. And many of these people, they don't even have a clue what is going on happening to them. They don't understand that these things can be solved relatively easily. It's this bigotry of our people. Our bigotry against each other is what is stopping us. Let's face it. That is at the core of it. We don't trust each other. We would rather we keep suffering like this and maybe even suffer under Igbo people than trust each other. How did we get to this point where we are like this? That is the question you have to be asking yourself, because everything we are doing doesn't make sense at all. And all those people that like to talk, oh, let's give up. If you think this is hard, go and check what other nations have gone through. I'm not in the business of saying, it's irredeemable, we are done for, and all that stuff. If this one is hard, we've not seen hard stuff. People have gone through wars and they've created far more successful nations out there. So I don't suspect. Oh, it's already 4 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, let me because you didn't touch on anything we were talking about. Let me get back to you. Okay. So we talked about the primaries and how it's been going, and you are interested in security. And I'm thinking the people that would make that decision are being elected today in this kind of primaries. Don't you think that if we have a credible election process, even within the party, that people like you, people who might have that kind of thinking of solving these problems, are going to be elected? But if you continue this way, these people that will be elected are not going to be accountable. They're not going to hear what you are saying. They're not going to care. And you keep complaining. So don't you solve the problem? I think you are
right. My take is that as elections go on, my belief is that the level of cheating will go down because of these things I've seen on the ground in Nigeria. Let me explain. What I've seen on the ground in Nigeria is that because of these cameras, you see how you just showed that old man now? Because of these cameras, sooner or later, the shame of being caught and being broadcasted in the whole world will start getting to many Nigerians. And sooner or later, most of these things are going to start going down. That's my take. If you look at this election, while you guys were talking, I was doing the calculations. Do you know that it costs less than 3 million to have almost, I think, even if you want to increase the number up to 200,000 police stations to record the whole events that is going on throughout that day? If you have the recording of everything that is going on at that police station, all the police stations in Nigeria throughout that day, how are you going to rig it? If you have them, store them in one place, because sooner or later, somebody will you just have to hire maybe 2,000, 5,000 people to review all the videos and provide all the evidence. Let's see how you're going to rig it. Because part of the problem is that of the elections, what I notice is that it's in the outskirts, just like insecurity, funny enough. It's in the outskirts, that's where the biggest rigging is done. Because the cities are difficult. You know, the city people, they know how to count their own vote. They know how to know what is going on. So they don't like rigging in the cities. It's the outskirts. You see that place where they are counting the video, is like bush area. You can get away with that kind of nonsense. But if you have a teacher there, if you have somebody that is quite well, you know, people that are working in banks, they just see you jump the count. They'll be like, what are you talking? What are you doing? You want so that this party is going to win? People will start questioning you if you are in the city. You see what I mean?
Fathers, thank you.
Fathers, excuse me, let me ask you a question. So are you saying that there is no educated person standing on the line and see these things happening? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm not saying that now. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
you understand,
there are not many. There are not many there.
I will tell you that most of the people there are educated. Okay.
See, my take is that the people there, they already belong to one party, and they generally lean one direction.
Are
So
they
the person that is
educated
counting
or
them,
not educated?
they
That's
already
the point.
no, they are probably not that educated. The area we are looking at, they are not.
So
If it was in the city,
1, 2, 3, 4,
you are
5,
more
6, 7,
likely.
8, 9, 10.
No, he knows how to count. He was deliberately cheating. He was cheating,
Okay.
and this is the thing. When some people blame fellow Nigerians for causing this problem, we think it's true.
And
Nigerians
the
are
people standing
participating
on the
in
line
the
kept
events.
quiet, and none of them
Exactly.
said something.
We are all participants in it, but
Okay.
we have to. Some people are more to to blame than others. Like poor people, what do you expect from them? They don't have much of a means to decide what direction the country goes. All they can do is try to show up there and vote. If they are bribed, they will vote decide that they are bribed because they think that's how things are done. But I believe if we decide to monitor the elections ourselves, because see, the party members are the ones that are betraying their party. Like that man that is counting there now, where is the rival party? Where is the rival party that will tell him, what are you counting?
No, what
that
are you
is
talking
not
about?
accurate.
This is a primary. There's no other party. It's
Okay. This one is the primary. I thought that was an election.
And also, so you know,
and how about the opponent? How about the opponent of the other man?
So you know, there are police officers there too. You know that. You are people. You are security people. They were there watching.
No.
Okay.
They are my people, but it doesn't mean that they are not also part of the problem. Now we are all part of the problem. I just told you I spoke to people that are also. We are all bigoted. We are all kind of corrupt. We don't do the right thing when we know we are supposed to do the right thing. That's the truth. We have to decide that what we were talking about, sensitize people so that they start doing the right thing and shame people. And I think this video thing that is everywhere now is affecting the way Nigerians behave publicly. We are underestimating it, but it is having an effect on the ground. And I've seen it.
So forefathers, let me get what you're saying. Are you saying that these things don't need to be reported so that people don't know, create awareness of what is happening in our country? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying it should be reported.
About all these things, the beheading, the kidnapping, that people shouldn't talk about it on social media?
No, it's the opposite. We should be talking about it and we should be demanding specific actions from the government, just like NSAS did. NSAS had specific demands and it was met. The problem with Nigeria is that when they are going on protests, they just make this thing, what they call it, vague demands that the government will say, okay, let me assemble the joint chiefs, and they'll just give them instruction and nobody will carry it out. But if you say you need certain outposts in all this in the outskirts, you need thousands of soldiers to spread all over the country, at least that one you have specific demands. That's what I believe. And if you don't do that, the leaders are not going to do the right thing by you, I must say, because they are all listening to foreigners. Foreigners are the one telling them the policies they have to pursue for their own country.
Thank you.
I will stop there. I've had more than enough time. Thank you.
All right. Let's see if you welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. One question I always ask every time I come here is, are we even practicing democracy in Nigeria? This is always one question I always ask all the time. And if what is happening in Nigeria is actually democracy, then we don't need it. I keep saying it. We need to find what is going to work for us. But the word democracy shouldn't even be mentioned near anything, be on the same sentence with Nigeria as a country. It's not supposed to be on the same sentence because what we have in Nigeria is not democracy. Okay? So let me start. I have a lot of things. Let me hurry because I'm going on. Justice Crack, just because he made a point, he said something. It's a video that it wasn't even up to 2-3 minutes. And he was in jail they detained him for almost 30 days. So you ask yourself, where is freedom of speech? Is freedom of speech actually free? I don't think it's free in Nigeria because a lot of people are scared to, speak up. And that is one thing they are trying to do. We're talking about the man that was beheaded. I haven't heard the president said something, made a statement, not personally, maybe he did. I haven't heard that the president, went over there to visit the town or the community. Maybe he did. I haven't heard that. And you ask yourself, and everybody's busy conducting an election, worrying about who lost primary and who did not lose. I don't know if anybody saw the picture of those young boys or kids they were flogged messing. I can't even look at these pictures. These are somebody's kids. It might not be yours. And these kids, they didn't do anything wrong. All they want to do is to learn. They went to school. The fact is that they are not even in a good environment or conducive environment. Upon that, the trauma these kids will sustain the rest of their life. And nothing was said. They've been there now going to 1 week, and somebody lost her husband. The president, the governor haven't even gone. And on a second thought, I said, anyway, the thing that happened in Jos, Tinubu only spent 10 minutes. He told you people there is no light, so he left. You ask yourself, the election that Wike conducted in Rivers State, in Abuja, not even in Port Harcourt, you ask yourself, is that really a democracy? Wike, you said you're in PDP. But the person you brought out to be the fear bearer is an APC. And that is that actually a democracy? Tinubu was asked a question in a conference that he attended last week. What is he going to do in his second tenure? He said continue, because he doesn't have no answer. He doesn't have anything to tell us. He doesn't have no future. I agree with what my brother and Femi and I didn't listen to Pa James and AY. I agree with you guys. My brother Adeshola, I agree with you guys. We haven't suffered enough. We are just beginning. We haven't even done introduction. And just like my brother said, if this thing continues, that is how it's gonna, continue. It's not gonna stop, and it's gonna get worse. Are we talking about Atiku that is contesting, but now Atiku is on bed rest? Election haven't even started. Oga is sick. He must be president by fire or by coup. And Nigerians, we all have people who are supporting him. The problem is that, like my brother said, that we are not yet ready. We are so much divided. And again, it brings me down to, I know people will criticize me. Are we really need to be one country? That is another question. I know forefathers, you don't like it when I say that. But to be honest with you, are we even supposed to be one country? If you tell me that we are supposed to be one country, I'm going to ask you, is this one country supposed to be? What is happening in Lagos, we are not even going to talk about it, Is that supposed to be a democracy? Uzodinma is the governor. Now he's contesting, he wants to be in the Senate and possibly, be a Senate president. I've never heard, somebody told me it's legal that, you be in power and then contest for another election. I thought you have to resign to contest. And the person said it's okay. That is
if you forgot your friend, the Steve, the Kogi former governor.
I'm coming there. I finished. I was coming there. And that is okay. Is that democracy? Are you talking about Yaya Bello? Are you talking about Okowa? And they're going to all be in the Senate. But you're going to imprison somebody who might have stolen maybe one crate of egg because they are hungry. But you will welcome your politicians that have stolen billions from the government, from the masses, and you welcome them into their political parties, and their sins will be forgotten or forgiven. Is that actually a democracy? What they are doing to El-Rufai, I'm not a fan of El-Rufai, but is that actually a democracy? Because all I see that they're doing to El-Rufai, so that he doesn't come out to support anybody in this election. They just want to make sure they useless him so that he doesn't participate in this election. And I keep saying it, let me tell you, Tinubu, if you are listening, this election would have been your election to be, you could have easily win this election without all the shenanigans going on. Why? Because if you had done something in the first tenure, trust me, it takes a little things to get Nigerians on your side. The electricity you did not give. We're not even talking about water, because the water, everybody is digging borehole. Again, we're not even talking about what is going to happen in 10, 20, 40 years to come with all these boreholes that's being dug in Nigeria. Nobody's talking about that. But Tinubu, none of the things you say you're going to do, I can't even categorically sit down here and say, this is what you have done. I've asked you people so many times, can somebody tell me what Tinubu has done in the first term? Imagine if Tinubu has done something. Trust me, we will all be here, be praising him. All this money that he is spending, he will not be spending it. David Umahi will not be threatening people. If you don't support Tinubu in the second tenure, he's going to withdraw your allocation. Is that actually a democracy? If Tinubu, like Cubana Chief Priest said, Tinubu has 31 governors, fine, or 33 governors. How many governors he had? He only had 33 votes. I don't know why Tinubu is afraid of all these things, but these are the things he could easily have taken care of this first tenure. And then second tenure, he will be doing all the shenanigans. Nobody will bother. We'll be like, okay, after this thing. But don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. I was having a conversation with my friend this morning. I say, you know what? I support Tinubu and I support him. I support him. Why? Because we haven't suffered enough. I want him now, and I'm rooting for Tinubu. I want him to win second tenure. so that by the time he finishes second tenure, I will see you, you will not know me, and you know me, I will not even see you. That is how I want the country to be. Because you see people hailing the president, saying, I stand with Tinubu, just because of 1,000 naira. I don't know if anybody saw the women complaining about 1,000 naira that was given to them in the north to vote. Is this an election? If this is how we're going to conduct an election today, just know, mind you, how 2027 election is going to be. And that's already set a precedent for Tinubu to win the election, whether you like it or not. Because he's going to head to Supreme Court. Once he gets to Supreme Court, they're going to announce him the result. We move. Nigerians, we haven't suffered enough. Yeah, but I support Tinubu. Tinubu will win second term.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to welcome Dr. Wumi Akintoye. He's a historian, grandson of Deji of Akure, not the current one, the one that was there from 1885. So he's going to join us, and we are going to talk about what happened in Oyo State with the teachers and the students that were kidnapped. It's close to his heart, and he will analyze that as a historian and what could be done about that. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will take the conversation further. I know that if he mentioned the situation with Imo State Governor, who is a governor and is already running for Senate. Yaya Bello just gave. He said that when he wins, he will deal with corruption in Nigeria. And some editors wrote that and published it in a newspaper. It's good I'm not a reporter anymore. You go to an assignment and you interview somebody and they talk to you, and after talking to you, you think about what to write based on everything they say. I think at this point, if I should be a reporter that way, I will just come back and tell them I didn't see them. The man didn't speak to me because I don't know how an editor will just publish that. But anyway, so we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation with.
Sorry, Dr. Dameji. So that's why I was kind of shocked why you were surprised of seeing waiting with that small boy with their interview Bikubana. Right? These are the future. They are appealing to the younger generation. And the future be that guy will go make presidential candidate interview more than our platform here.
Yeah. That guy really shocked me because he's even smarter than Obi Kubana. Because he kept pressing on him like he was really shocked. So let me give it to you. I give it to Pella. I'm not a fan of his. I will never be. But I think in that conversation, he is very smart. I will give it to him.
So, Dr. Dameji, if you want to get more subscribers, get the boy here, interview and grab his followers.
He was our own Anderson Cooper. All right, let's take a break.
Yes.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I'm making this call to you in the interest of 250 million plus Nigerians at home and abroad. It is clear to me and to millions of others that the demands of the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria have overwhelmed you completely. You have no idea what to do. And in the light of that, in order to prevent the continued killing, kidnapping, harassment, beheading, evisceration, maiming, and displacement of Nigerians across the country, I think it's best you hang up your boots now, while you still can. Take your party, take your vice president, your senate president, all of you, leave. Leave and let's get to restructuring and fixing Nigeria from the mess that you have created over the last decade or so. This thing started in 2012, I remember. And you fought and fought and fought, got your friend Buhari into office. He completely destroyed the country. You took over, and you've been brazenly saying, you who are Buhari, and you're going to continue from where Buhari stopped. Well, you have done that. I'll give that to you. You have done that. But Nigerians have been the ones to suffer for your inordinate ambition. Dear President, we've had enough. It have to. You said, okay, you've tasted it. Oh, yeah, now be going. Please. Thank you, sir.
Nothing about governance. He knows nothing about leadership. All he knows is to borrow and share the money to the few and impoverish the masses. And you are here telling us that the healing of Nigeria. Somebody called you that my leg broke. The next thing you do, you broke the second leg. And you are telling me that I should have patience. When you have broke the two legs, even the hand, you have broke it. And somebody is telling that you should continue. It's only a fool that will allow Tinubu to continue second term. If Tinubu first term can be like this, hey, let me show we go enter hellfire next year. I tell the truth. So Tinubu will win this. God forbid. He never won the first one. But the only thing is that we didn't defend our vote. He never won an election. Tinubu does not have 5% of Nigerians. That's the truth. He never won the first one. But this time around, we are going to defend our vote. And anybody in INEC that think that he will come here and tell us, especially those coppers, that they didn't give you something to upload our result, we are going to beat you. So don't come. Don't come.
All right. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging in here with us this afternoon. It's a Memorial Day weekend here in America. People are remembering those that fought wars and died in wars. Next Saturday, sometime next week, either Saturday or Saturday, we are going to have a discussion on the war, the Biafran crisis is still on, in the sense that Gowon just published a book about his time. He was the man that was took over after or during the war. So we are going to talk about that with our guest, Dr. Franklin Obunweze is coming back on Sunday next week. To touch on that and all the other geopolitical issues that are happening around the world. So if you can join us, that would be wonderful. All right, let's switch gears. I know that Forefathers will have his show coming up after this. So let's leave the Nigerian stories, continuation of Nigerian stories. Let's look at what's happening to outside Nigeria, starting with the United States. So there were stories that we were going to talk about today, but yesterday, the U.S. State Department issued a memo saying that moving forward, foreigners who are looking for green cards in America will have to go outside of the United States to apply to get their green card. It's a continuation of efforts by the government of Trump to narrow down people immigration into the United States. He also talked about letting 10,000 people coming from white people from South Africa coming to America, which is another project he's working on and continues to push for. So we're going to discuss United States, the war in Iran. People forgot that it's still going on. Other than when you go to buy gas, you know that something is really wrong in the world. So we put it all together, America and us and Africa. We know that there is Ebola in Uganda. And in the American context, they banned everybody from coming into America from Uganda, from Congo, because of Ebola. And that's the reaction. And people are blaming the government of Trump for cutting aid to Africa. They are saying that this new strain of Ebola started somewhere in the rural area of Republic of Congo. And they don't have resources the way they used to. Before they could tell the world, this is what's happening. It's late and it's spread and a lot of people are dying. So let's put it all together from any angle you want to discuss. Let me start with you, Mr. James.
It's a very broad topic.
Yeah, pick anyone you want to, any side you want to touch on.
Yeah, Trump giving, what's it called, the South Africans, 10,000 slots, you say?
Yeah. White South Africans.
White South Africans.
Yes.
Yes, you see, in South Africa of today, up to this morning, there's still uprising against the immigrants. It's a very long story. I will not be able to explain what is going on now. But what we should understand is that the root cause of the problem is unemployment. The South African government is unable to generate employment to satisfy the youth in particular. That is the root cause of the problem. And the whites are in control, firm control of the economy. From Cape Town to what's it called, Bay Bridge, from in fact, all over South Africa, from KwaZulu-Natal to Upington, the whites are in firm control of the economy, the mines, the farmlands, and what have you, manufacturing sectors, they are all under the control of the whites. From the look of things, they are not reinvesting their money in South Africa. Whenever they make their profit, they send it abroad. This is what the whites were doing in Zimbabwe during the days of Ian Smith. They grow tobacco and all those agricultural crops. They remit their money abroad. That is the cause of the problem. Now, if the people of Congo are saying they don't have money to solve their problems because they are poor, that's the reason they are giving for Ebola outbreak. The foreign firms operating in the country should be in a position to solve the problem of Ebola. Like the mining companies in Congo, they should be in a position to handle the problems of this, handle problems of this nature, because they are the people controlling the economy. Even in a place like South Africa as well, they are also the people controlling the economy there, as I've just explained. Although the South Africans have what we call black economic empowerment. At the end of apartheid, they introduced a system like that's affirmative action to empower the blacks. It is an insignificant few black people who are benefiting from that system. People like Tokyo Sakwale, Mosondo, the present president, what's called Ramaphosa, another. So we just have to solve our problem in our own way. So the governments of different African countries, in signing agreements with these mining companies, they should incorporate these kind of things into the agreements they're signing. Should we encounter environmental problem or health problems as a result of your activities, you will bear maybe 20, 30, 40, 100% of the responsibility. So this is how I see it. But it is very sad that African government don't even know what to do, let alone doing what they're expected to do. So this is the situation we find ourselves in Africa.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Femi, you're next.
Oh, okay. So I'll touch on each for a bit and just round off. For the Ebola one, which is of grave concern to me right now, among other things. Again, my fear is I know there was a report about how even the courts by Trump, as much as I don't subscribe to all these foreign interventions, if you will, except where absolutely necessary and without it meaning that there's some underhand dealings going on with them wanting something in return, then I'll support such. But anyways, there's this pattern that I'm seeing with the way COVID first started in early December 2019. And it just points to the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, that to me, the way it looks, it just reminds me again of when I worked in the lab and the kind of things that I told you were, I mean, doctor, you're in New York, so you know how the CUNY system is. So when I was working in the lab and the kind of things that I told you they were doing, there's this idea of a biosafety level 4 in quotes, it's called compartment for things like this. My face is good if this thing goes beyond what the way I'm looking at it, if it goes beyond what the way it's developing. I'm not a doomsday sayer, but it's going to be worse than COVID simply because of the symptoms that comes with it. And ever since I encountered knowing that there was something called Ebola from way back when, I think the first major outbreak was in, I think Congo DR, I can't be too sure now, in Goma. I've seen the pattern develop over time till we got to 2014, 2016, when we had the worst of it all. And it's just the symptom and the fact that you would not, it's very, very easy. It's practically, maybe it's a power slightly worse than COVID, the way it can be transmitted as well. And just the fact that it's all about blood gushing out. I don't even I want to describe this thing, but that's on one hand. And as for, there was something I still wanted to mention regarding, there was something forefathers mentioned regarding these elections and not giving up. It's not even a matter of giving up. My thing is, even when you look at in the institutions, we don't even have the institutions in place. I'm not a believer because, first of all, we continue to moan over how it shouldn't be the president making certain decisions like electing the INEC chairman. And then even at the point of the back end, where the servers, even if we decide we really want to be serious about election transmitter that need IREV and what have you, who are the people at the back end? It's election bodies that normally, if you want to have real elections, you want to have maybe all the political parties buying into it to the point where there's actually a neutral INEC, there's a neutral, everything about it is neutral from front end to back end, period. Otherwise, it can be rigged at any level. It doesn't matter whether it's electronic or not electronic. Now, finally, I would say my piece as regards the lull in the war, because again, to your point, I didn't think the war stopped at any given point in time, even though they were supposed to be some ceasefire of sorts. Right now, as we must have heard, Trump decided it was more important for him to sit in the White House to mule his next action, which is the next time to resume the war, because he's in a bind right now. And because in the past, a lot of people will come here and tell us, some of us that we're conspiracy theorists. We know where we got our own news. So it's not from CNN and Fox and NBC and CBS. In obvious words, it's about power. And like I said something last week, all roads lead to China. Israel has its own agenda. America has its own agenda. There's this thing that I was watching yesterday. I can't remember this guy's name. It was on Tucker Carlson's show. The guy's a German. He's an economist. He's just he's just like the likes of Jeffrey Sachs, who obviously knows very well. He says something. There's this thing that we've mentioned before, that history has a way of is it mimicking the current situation, right? He actually described something that happened when power was transitioning from Germany, or prior to and when power was transitioning from Germany to Britain, in between and around the time when you had the First World War, and then in between that towards the Second World War. The same pattern is developing now, and it has to do with that Belt and Roads initiative that a lot of us probably know about now. The same thing. He said it was the same exact thing that Germany was trying to do then. As a matter of fact, when you look at the law, because often I ask myself, what is the reason for all of these wars? It goes beyond even Trump. It's not about Trump. It's about certain people like a certain Doug McMillan who mentioned something. What does Chase Bank CEO or president have to do with commenting on the war? If it's not something to do with the fact that that mimics what happened with the likes of Lord Lugard when they first came on as a commercial merchant to Nigeria and Africa, before they now saw that they needed help in quotes, and they now said, "Oh, Queen of England or King of England, Kukuma, all of you just come." The same thing is repeating itself now, and because China is already becoming the rising power. In conclusion, he mentioned something that there's no power that's trying to change up that gives up easily. He said, go back in history, recent history, and you see the same pattern repeating itself. So we're just waiting for when it's going to resume. And he has met his match when it comes to Iran. I believe he didn't want this, but he thought it was something we would just do and leave just like that. But this is not Venezuela. So he continues. We're just waiting for when he will get $8 per hour in New York.
All right, thank you.
Gas price.
Femi, the guy name is Richard Weiner. So it's London economist.
Yes, I didn't know you watched him yet. Right.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Additionally, while you comment, I just want to point out that Ebola risk so far spreading to 10 countries in Africa. The countries are Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Angola, Burundi, Central African Republic, the Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Zambia. They are the countries that are at risk. So the African Center for Disease Control just said that these countries should be watchful, that they need about $340 million.
Rudolph, please let me just mention something to you. I did my part of my, what's it called? What do we call that thing? We call it internship in the US, right? In NIMA, Nigerian Institute for Medical Research in Yaba, and then in Lutz, right? There's something I noticed. Again, this is part of why I say we're not serious. You remember you know about Lassa fever, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a city in Jos, on Plateau, around Jos, called Lassa. That's why it's named. You see that Lassa and this Ebola, they're relatives. And the way we continue to handle even Lassa, if we're not careful, because Nigeria, we like to ask God for everything, even though Mugabe told us a long time ago that we stop bothering the man, that he has other things to do.
Femi, God forbid. Femi, God forbid.
Okay, I'll keep it that way, Sha.
No, I'm just messing with you. That's what we always say, Femi. We'll always say God forbid. That's why I'm just.
Femi, thank you. Adeshola, go ahead.
Okay. When it comes to Dr. Rudolph, I want you to, those 10 countries that you've mentioned that have related cases with Ebola, the region where these things are happening, I bet if you Google it, almost 7 out of the 10 has resources to do with anything to do with lithium, battery, and all of those things. You see the DRC Congo, Mr. James has already put the nail in the coffin, on the coffin itself. Because when they said it came out, I Googled it, the region, it housed almost like, if not 30 or 40% of the lithium deposits in the whole world. So what are we talking about? Are we saying the African Union or the Democratic Republic of Congo or the region or the faction that controls this area cannot resolve this case, that it is killing their people? We need to wake up and more or less look at what is going on. The people controlling this place, they know exactly what is going on. The place is full of deposits of minerals that the West are using. So are you saying a virus or whatever that is causing people to die cannot be tamed? We need to wake up and stop acting as if, this thing is beyond something that cannot be controlled. It is Ebola, for crying out sake. It happened and a lot of country came out of it. Yes, people may say, oh, resources, yes. But in that region, there are so many mining companies there. And like Mr. James said rightly, they can as well curb it down. But because they are doing illegal mining in that region, they don't care. If they like, they die. Just like in the northern part of Nigeria, in Zamfara, as much as they can be more or less be mining the gold, let the terrorism continue or the banditry. They don't care. And that's just the reality. About Trump, I mean, I don't like the man for anything. We ought to always read between the lines with Trump. Trump always, see, when he wants to do something shady, he brings something up front for people to be chewing. So he give you that stuff, then he will be doing deals at the bottom. Trump is all about money. He's all about what can I gain? If he can't gain anything out of it, then what's the point? The Iran that boomerang, I mean, that went south for him was simply because of the fact that he wanted more or less praise, and he thought that, oh, he was going to control their oil the same way he thought he was. He's currently controlling the oil of Venezuela, and that's just the reality with Trump. But I like the way the West, some of the West, like Spain, and I read this week that Macron also, stood up to him and spoke to him at the end of the day. I think everybody needs to stand up to him. Yes, not in a confronting way, but in a way to tell him that, look, you cannot bully everybody. You can't bully everybody. And in terms of which other one again, Mr. Rudolph, before my time goes?
I think I'm checking on the topics. I don't remember. The immigration.
The immigration of a thing. Who is he fooling? So, person will not get papers, go saying go Nigeria back, go apply. No way. At the end of the day, his grandfather came. His grandfather or his great-grandfather was also a migrant. So who is he fooling? Everybody died there. If you're there for US, stay there till you collect your papers. Nothing to shake anybody. I mean, all this racism of a thing that he's trying to pull, I mean, it doesn't really make sense at the end of the day. He's just cowarding to his base, and I just think that everybody should. And that's the reason why I don't pity some people that voted for him, because they knew that this is the kind of man they are voting for. So if they're now crying foul, like the Hispanics and the Latinos that all voted for him, now they are now crying foul that, oh, more or less he's getting rid of them. No, you knew what you were voting for before you said he was a messiah. So now that he's more or less pushing you out, why are you crying? The only problem is that I have with Democrats is these guys are a bunch of fools. They don't have anybody to stand up against to him, and I don't know what is going to happen. I'm still on the conspiracy theory that probably in 2028 he's going to run again as the American president, because you cannot predict Trump. So I yield up my time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Adeshola. Let me just point out for those who are having understanding, the green card thing. It's already in place for people who have visas like H1 visa, H2, they go outside the country. The only thing is that people decide not to go far. They don't. If you're from India, you're not going to go to India to go and renew your visa. You go to Canada just in case they don't let you come back. But in terms of whether they can implement it, they are already doing it in several situations. So they will implement that. Oti, you're next.
Oh, hi. Yes, Rudolph, I mean, your questions, they're not focused enough for me. But is it I'll kind of draw, there's a thread, kind of around the various topics. And even Femi, to some extent, hinted at it. And this is it. Now, we have wars, including, you mentioned Biafran War, okay? Immigration, unemployment, and, even disease, So, really, what's going on? Imperialism, colonialism, slavery. What is it? What is going on? It's just one thing: capitalism. Okay. So that is the now immigration. The politics of it. The thing is this: Well, you may think you may call them racist, or you think they don't know what it doesn't make sense as the last speaker said. It makes perfect sense for them, because I mean, you want them to be minority in that, in their so-called country, or where they have dominance. It's the same thing that's in the UK here or in another country. So it's sensible for them. I don't think if I were them, I would love to be a minority in a country where my fatherland. So I don't think it's something I would entertain. So that is what is going on with that immigration politics and politics. So the thing is the West, the people we call the West. So what is going on is this. I think kind of when people that when they self-interrogate and look into their society, what is going on and all that, some even coming to the conclusion that unless they go back to Christianity, because this business, this enlightenment business, modernity, is actually really kind of is a new it's like a false or falsified Christian civilization. So until they go back to the real, the true Christianity, Christian civilization, they are losing themselves, and you can see that really the center can no longer hold. So that is the thing, and they are not going to be our saviors as Africans, So we also have to kind of have serious thinking about about our place in this world.
Hold on, Oti. Do you think hold on? Do you think that the West is going back to Christianity? Is that what you are suspecting?
No. I'm saying they have to go back.
Oh no, you want them to go back, not that they
kind of real Christian values, okay? Now, because
you want them to go back.
Yes. Well, do I want them? I'm just saying.
Because are you saying they are going back, or you want them?
No. I'm not saying they're going back. They have to go back. Okay. They have to kind of rediscover the true Christian values, right? That because now with modernity, enlightenment, it's all about money. Okay. This I'm sure you know about this Max Weber and Christian Protestantism and the spirit of capitalism and all that. So this civilization they have built is not the true civilization, really. It's kind of, it's a love for money. You cannot worship God and mammon. The Bible says that. So the problem is there. It's not going away. That's it. And see the politics. Slavery. What was it all about? Colonialism, neo-colonialism, imperialism. Is it not money, capital, gain, profit? So that's what's going to destroy the world until we somehow come to some sensible way of managing it, regulating our greed, our individualism, and our So yeah, that's it. That's what's that is the war, hot and cold war, that's engulfed the world.
One last question, just so we move on to the next person. Until we come to a sensible way, I like that, of managing it. Do you think that communism or socialism was a sensible way of managing the greed?
Well, the thing is this, so because now you bring in communism. Really, what is it? Is some people call it social democracy. In other words, socialism in a way is unavoidable. Because this capitalism, maybe some guys in America, somehow you have aversion to socialism, but there's not, you can't really have pure capitalism, right? Free market. So that market is not free because those that have dominance in the markets, they don't want any competition. They will destroy competition. And so where is the free market? So the whole thing is a lie when you really to think about it. So the state government has to kind of, as I said, we have to have a kind of a focused discussion on some of these topics, because it's so it's so wide. So socialism, I would consider myself kind of my inclination socialist, because if you understand how the system works, capitalism, corporations, you really find out there's no truth in it. Okay. I'm sorry, people like Naomi Klein, this what do you call her book? It is about disaster capitalism, all these things. So look at what's going on in the Congo. So this even our politicians, what's going on in our country. What do you think is what is it all about? Is it not economics? Is it not money? You know, all these are politicians. All this stealing, and where did they go? Where did they lodge their loot? This is not in the West.
All right.
So that is the real problem.
Let's stop
Dr.
here.
Damages. Dr. Damages, sorry, sir. Mr. Oti, sometimes, I mean, I respect you and I like, you bring some argument's sake. I want to ask you just one question regarding this U.S. citizenship. Is Dr. Rudolph and Donald Trump, do you think they are different in any way? Because you made a statement. He said those people that are there, they want to reduce migration. There's a way you coined the word. I can't remember now. So is there a difference between Dr. Rudolph that is currently in the U.S. or any of those guys that are in the U.S. currently and Donald Trump that also migrated? Don't forget, all these people you are talking about, they are all migrants. So I believe they have equal rights, because when you come and you make assertion to say,
okay, let me ask you a question.
They want to increase.
Let me answer a question.
To reduce. Everybody in the U.S., the landowners are the Indians. So please, all those people that are supporting Donald Trump and the likes of them, Jerry Kushner and everybody, you are all migrants. Everybody has the same level. So don't say that, they want to reduce this. Don't say that, please.
Let me answer your question. Ask me a question. Rudolph has a black skin, Donald Trump has a white skin. That's the answer to your question. So I don't understand.
And so what? He's not. U.S. is not based on your skin color, and that's what I said about the founding fathers. It is not because they've said it. All men are equal.
All right.
And that's just the reality.
This guy, you live in a cuckoo land. You don't know what is rights, human rights.
Thank you. Let me
stop living abroad and go back to Nigeria and stay in Nigeria.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So this is a good time to talk about the debate we talked about. Last week we couldn't have one because it was going to be between Sully and Paul. But Paul had a daughter graduating and there were visitors. It didn't happen.
Are you saying he chickened out?
No, I didn't say that. So we are also, and this weekend, of course, is a Labor Day weekend. People are traveling. It's not a conducive time for such a thing. But we're open next week. I want to have an alternative just in case Sully and Paul didn't work out. If anybody wants to debate anybody, you can put it on the chat or send me a private message. We can arrange it. Like Oti now. Oti, I don't know who wants to take on Oti. If there's anybody here, Adeshola, you want to take on Oti, we can find a topic. Ovia wants to take on Oti. Ovia. All right.
You can put me on the bench for
Femi, who do you want to take on?
Oti.
So everybody wants a piece of Oti. So Oti, are you willing to debate on Friday? Let's settle that quickly.
Yes, let's have a kind of a topic, and then yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Oti, who wants to go first? So Oti, are you? Who said they want to? Ovia, you want to take on Oti? All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Have the topic in advance, and of course, you have to say the rules. Because it has to be.
So we have rules. Sully sent us rules they use in Europe, so we're going to use that for every debate.
So you get another Gen Z, another Gen Z will debate you. Don't worry,
Mr. Rudolph.
Somebody should debate me now.
Yeah, Mascot says.
Yes, I wanted to just make a point that I want to. There's something that Mr. Adeshola said, and I just want to brandish it because it shows the level of our ignorance. You know, he said that America, because look, they say that everybody is equal. I just wanted him to understand that at the time they were making that declaration, they did not take you as a black man as even a human being. The people that wrote that declaration at that time, some of them had more than 100 slaves while they were doing that declaration. So please, let's stop thinking that, because these people write something on paper, it includes us. No. Thank you.
And that's the assertion that you are wrong, sir. And I still correct that you are wrong. Are you not human being because you are black? So now I should call you an animal because you are black? It doesn't matter. They said all men. Please, is this English language? All men. If you have it in your mind that, this is a white person, whatever you write in your mind, if you don't have the balls to write it out, then don't make it that to say all men. All men means all men. Is a simple English language. So you might interpret it the way you want to interpret it, but under the law, go to court. You can be a lawyer. If you say all men, as long as you are human, you are under, and that law, that is what is governing US right now. Dr. Rudolph that is in the US and all the blacks in the US, that is what is currently governing.
Rights. Palestinians and Israelis, do they have equal rights, human rights?
Okay, hold on, guys. We're going into the arena of the debate we're talking about, because that's when I don't want us to go away from the topic. This is why I like this debate concept.
Who wants to, I won't debate him, because essentially I'm trying just to enlighten him. If he wants to go with that assertion, it is on peril. But it's not, I don't think that it's debatable that the people who wrote this Declaration of Independence, in their mind, they mean one thing. And to think that Donald Trump is different from those people is also some sort of the problem we black people have. So I think I just would rest it there.
All right. Thank you. Sully, you want to add something before I go back to Viet for the conversation?
No, it's Mr. Adeshola, but he has left. I don't know why.
Oh, no, he's there. He's there.
We always want to be part of the party when they do not invite us every time. The people that wrote it did not consider you a man. They considered you product. You know, they considered you a tool, just like the cattle that they are rearing outside. That was their mindset when they wrote this thing. They did not have free slaves when they were writing it. They had their own slaves. Even Abraham Lincoln had his own slaves also. He literally was using a slave teeth, you know, to give his speeches. So I don't know what this need for validation is embarrassing. You know, when I look at these white people, you are just stroking their ego. Some of them have nothing to be proud of, but once they just start seeing that you are stroking their ego, you just make them feel good for nothing, and they will still treat you like you are not a human being.
All right.
Why do we want to be part of? We are not invited. What is the need for this validation every time?
Thank you, Sully. Let me just mention that Jide wants to debate somebody. So, forefathers, you want to debate Jide? I want to arrange this privately. I will do that outside. I have your number. So anybody who volunteers, we can do
Mr. Rudolph, that debate, Jide and KJ will be a good debate, because they are the opposing.
All right. I'll see if KJ is interested. Yeah. Well, we have to have one soon, as soon as possible. So, all right. So we go back to.
But please, who wants to debate me now?
Paul has not given up. It's just that today is a holiday. I couldn't reach him. But I'll find you somebody.
Mr. Rudolph, I can debate solely if he's up for it, because I think some of his positions are up for debate. Honestly.
Okay. Yes. So in that case, Max, I have your number. I can arrange that. If Paul is not available, I'll figure that out by tomorrow. If Paul is not available next Friday, I will have you go on with Sully. All right.
Thank you,
all right. So Ovie, we are still talking about several stories where you can pick on any of the topics. You know, the green card thing in America and Trump's transformation, the Iraq war, the Ebola, especially the angle of Ebola, where we are talking about American resources that were cut off and the implication. Down, we have almost 200 people died, and it's spreading faster than anybody could have imagined. And people are beginning to panic. Initially, the medical people were telling us that you don't have to worry, it's not as bad as COVID, but now it's looking like something that may be serious. All right, and there's no vaccine for that.
Yeah, before you start my time, I would like to say a few things. I think I'm inspired, mesmerized by the conversation I had, this few 5 minutes, started with you and OT. If there's anything that is clear in the conversation between you and OT, my brother, the other, my Olushola coming with the immigration perspective, and Maska coming in, if there's anything, it gives credence to the point I'm trying to make that if you don't understand First World War, you literally don't understand. It's very hard for you to grasp what is going on, because from the perspective that you guys are having the conversation from, these are dated back to 1777 documents, right? Olushola come out to say that those people said by immigrants, and Masca had come in to counter it that yes, at the declaration of those words, you as a black man, you are not regarded as a free human being. These are 1770, early 1800 conversation, which cumulated to be based on you guys are looking at the economic factor, the damage and OT, you know. It goes back to the Communist Manifesto that came out in 1840. So these are the conversations that it largely led to the First World War, set up the Second World War, and we are still having them again at this point. So when I'm saying all this, it's not that I'm saying I go at the smoke. It's just that we human beings are storytellers. Everything rhyme, as they say. Anyway, on immigration, and I think again, I've said it here time and time again, that we immigrants who live in America, we should make one document as our daily Bible. We should replace it our Bible or Quran, and that document is Project 2025. But again, people they take me serious. I think my European brothers too, they should embrace the national security strategy as their daily Bible. If you pay attention to the chapter that talked about the immigration on Project 2025, you will see that there's a comprehensive conservative policy blueprint published by Heritage Foundation, outlined a dramatic restructuring of the U.S. immigration system rather than just focusing on border security.
All right. I can see that Ovia is frozen. His internet.
So there's a roadmap that details restriction.
Okay, Ovia, we can hear you. You can log off.
Executive action. So I'm outlining that to say this is just the beginning. This is a policy that is not even one word that contributed by Trump. That's why I always say Trump should be taken out of the picture for us to actually understand what is going on. This is not the usual immigration policy of yesteryears. This is a reality. You can argue, say, Naomi can get America, or you can argue, say, that people get them. It's the story is unfolding, right? It's the conversation that is being had at every intellectual institution. What the country should look like. So there's a lot of conversation. So this is real. So it has nothing to do with Trump. This is a policy that is out there. And to the Democrat side, there is another project, Project 2029, that is also being put together by their own think tank and intellectuals. So there's a lot of change that has come to stay. It no will change. So the immigrants should take this. If we would think, say, oh, how they go to do and you go back, now executive action. By the time they start to depress the institutions, right? Because it's part of the instrument they want to use. The sanctuary states, the university, by the time they begin to actually go after the strange land, it's happening already. Right? So yes, you can argue that nobody will carry into left leg if they want the 40% to 6 billion. Yes, but you can be caught in other. It can be because there's trap everywhere at this point. It doesn't matter if you are legal or you are not legal. It only depends on how you can buy a way out. There's a way out. That's the administration we are living through. But the point I'm trying to make here is that we should take those policies serious. We should not see them through the lens of Trump. Last week, everybody we do at the America, they complain, say, oh, Trump is failing. His rating is falling because he concentrates on what is restructuring of the international institution. Now he don't come focus on the domestic policy now. Maybe one can argue now because of the midterm election. Now everybody is going up in flame. But the point I'm trying to make is that embrace Project 2025. And there's also a way out. You buy your way out. But yeah, you go to change the system. Oh, the next 10 to 20 years will decide the fate of how the country is going to go forward. By the time you don't fight, but it's an internal fight that is going on, right? Civil war should be expected at any level. It can happen too. But as an immigrant, it doesn't matter if they don't board you for years. Say you get documents. The times are up. I'm not saying everybody is going to get affected, but I'm just saying that they say our people say who they inside bush, they dust in head. Now until you come out before you go clean your head. So stay low or be like me.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Ife, Yanis.
Wow, immigration is one of the reasons why I voted against Trump in the last election. And unfortunately, it's going to affect me. When I say it's going to affect me, it's going to affect my family in one way. Okay. On the other hand, if you look at it on the other hand, you might not like Trump, but I think he's, trying to defend his country, this country, whether you like him or not, honestly speaking. If you live in this country and see or witness what has been going on in this country, I might a little bit agree with Trump. I know a lot of people tell me, why not come back to Nigeria? Why not come back to Nigeria? Yes, you might see me in Nigeria. Don't be surprised if that happens. So let me make it clear to you. When the hospital I'm currently working at, when the CEO came in newly, the first thing he did, he created a forum and said, as CEO. And let me tell you something, because that hospital or this hospital is predominantly foreign. All the questions they were asking this man were just immigration questions. And the man, being who he is, he will always direct them to immigration. The reason why I'm asking you is that we, even in this country, the so-called Americans, they want us to leave. It's just that they don't have the power or the nerve to say that. Most of them want us to leave. And I will give you an example. And this is one thing I keep telling us, we foreigners. Sometimes, let me give you an example. Me working so hard, do I like my job? Yes. There was a job I wasn't before. I didn't like the job, but I was just there because of the benefits that I'm getting from the insurance is good and all the stuff. But you can see somebody who is not American citizen will fly from any part of the world and come here, get a citizenship, get all the benefits, and you've been here working and sweating, digging hole and all that stuff just to make ends meet. And the person will, get all the benefit. But the real Americans will not have the same access that other people have. So a lot of them started speaking up. Any slightest thing, do you have your citizenship or do you have a green card? And they will tell you, oh, Ify, you see a child who has not even, or parents has not even worked one day in this country, but they would have access to this and access to that. If you are the citizen of this country, how are you going to feel? Imagine when Nigeria was working and somebody from a different country, just like what is happening in South Africa. Imagine in our country called Nigeria, that Nigeria is like Kuwait or Qatar, or let me say one of those beautiful countries. And somebody will fly from another country to come and get healthcare and get all the benefit while you as a citizen will not get any benefit compared to them. How are you going to feel about that? I understand we don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it either because like I said, it's going to affect me. So I might not be here talking to you guys. Maybe next time I'll be talking to you. I'll be in Nigeria talking to you guys. So when I call you people and ask you for data, because that's the thing that is even more expensive. I hope forefathers will send me money. I hope Ovie, Oti, Adeshola, all of you. I hope you guys will come. Not just see me now, because bam, you might see here that I'm in Nigeria. But I'm not going to fault Trump for doing that because Trump is actually, he's trying to protect his country. So I always tell people, if you're in Nigeria, if you're a Nigerian citizen, any part of, just tell your leaders or your government to do better. So I don't have no problem with that. But is it going to affect me directly or indirectly? I might be speaking to you again from Nigeria. Anyway, that's by the way. Secondly, the issue of Iran and Trump. To be honest with you, Trump didn't do his calculations very well. He never knew that this war is going to be like this. And he cannot confront Russia and he cannot confront China. So Trump is just running around, trying to, but his ego is not going to let him stop the war. That is the only problem Trump is fighting now. How he's going to stop this war. That's why he will wake up one morning and say, I'm giving you ultimatum, this bulletproof. If you don't do it, I'm going to strike you guys. Nobody knew. You can predict a war, start a war, but you don't know how the war is going to end. This is what we're doing. If you're in Georgia, gas is $4 something. People in California buying gas like $6 something. The prices of goods are going up. People are very frustrated. Guess what? Your paycheck remains the same. So insurance is going up. I was talking to a friend. I said, when I used to go to my PCP about 2 years ago, copay is $25. Now it's $45. When you go see a specialist, your copay is now about $65 to $70. You can imagine that out of your paycheck. How many people can afford that? That's where we are. So Trump is as confused as, as us, all of us here sitting here, because he thought he's going to do the same thing he did in Venezuela. Unfortunately, that's not working. So we're going to suffer for it, unfortunately. Prices of gold is going to shoot up more. Price of oil is going to go maybe beyond more than $4, and so we haven't even started, because the Iran, they are not backing down. They are ready. They're telling Trump, bring it on. We are waiting, bring it on. And Uncle Trump doesn't know what to do at this point. So, like I said earlier, for those of you whom I might not see again, if you see me in Nigeria, just say hi. Papudok, if I call you to send me money for data, all of you here, including Ovie, you can shoot me your number, so that when I call you from Nigeria, it's me. But on a good note, I want to say bye-bye. I'm going out. I wish you guys all the same. Take care.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Let's go to forefathers, and then slowly we end this topic. All right. Forefathers.
Yeah, sorry. What is the precise topic regarding the visa stuff?
It's one of them, but I touched on a few things. We put it together so that you can weigh in on anyone that you're interested in. Okay,
thank you. Regarding the visa issue, I guess the West is looking to reduce, almost all of them actually, they are looking to reduce immigration and people coming to their country because they fear serious demographic repercussions. I also think that it's because they also realize that they may not need people anymore. Graduates in the West are in big trouble as it stands because the work environment is changing rapidly with AI taking over a lot of roles, and graduates are being squeezed. You can see why they will find it difficult to be even contemplating having more people coming to the country. And the question will soon arise when AI starts doing 60-70% of the jobs out there. What the people will be doing when that happens, when the rich people don't need you to generate their wealth anymore, because this cycle of people buying stuff and enriching the wealthy, when they don't need people to do that anymore, what do they do with people? That is the question that society will have to answer soon. And if they don't need their own people, you can see why they won't need us. And all this talk of white people dying out because their population is declining, people are not reading the rules very well, because their population is not dying out, for one. They still outnumber their population in 1960. The population they had in 1960, the one they have today is higher than the one they had in 1960. So I don't know why people think they are dying. Not to mention the fact that the people are going to be living longer and longer with the advent of key therapies that can extend life significantly. There are people that are born today that will live 120 years. Imagine if they live 120 years, what technology will be available then? So you can see, if this population in the UK or in the West, they may not die off for a very long time. People just assume that they're going to die off. They're not. And also, regarding Trump's term in office, I think he has been good for Nigeria strategically, and that is why I preferred him being in office, because the Democrats, they suffocate us with policies, policies by kind of trying to suppress Africa's sovereignty, while Trump is openly suppressing it or ignoring it completely. With some of the things he's doing in South Africa, welcoming white people into America. When it comes to other African countries, he penalizes them, forces them to. He's basically harassing everybody, and they say it's going to get worse. Actually, the projection is that it's going to get worse, and that the analysts have said that Iran is going to emerge a major power in the world, which Iran seems to be emerging now, and also predicts that this war is going to escalate. Iran war is not over; it's going to escalate in time, and he also predicted that Africa is going to be recolonized, because many of these powers are going to be coming around and forcing nations to do what they want. And if you are not ready to fight back, you're going to surrender, and boom. your country will be falling. And maybe the kind of stuff we are seeing in Nigeria with Americans returning back. Just how many years after they threw them out of Niger, they're already back in Nigeria again, pretending to be fighting terrorists that they never ever managed to destroy. How people ever believe that they are ever fighting terrorists? Have you noticed that the terrorists always want to found caliphate somewhere? They want to found caliphate in Syria. They want to do it in Iraq. They want to do it in Afghanistan. The only thing they succeeded in doing is destroying those societies. And the same thing they are doing in Nigeria, they're going to do it in Mali, they're going to do it everywhere. It depends on what you do to fight them. That's how you escape it. But in terms of Nigeria, it has helped Nigeria strategically. Can you imagine? There are countries in Africa, they say they are selling their gold to buy petrol now. That's how hard it is. So what Dangote has done has helped Nigeria. Most Nigeria don't feel it because they only see the price hike at the petrol station, but we don't have petrol scarcity in Nigeria because of Dangote refinery. And many nations are relying on the Dangote refinery to supply them petroleum now. With everything Iran is doing now, blocking petroleum from going all around the world. People are rationing petroleum all over the world. And from that point of view, it has helped Nigeria. And Dangote is even looking to spread his tentacles to other parts of Africa. And of course, the French are always trying to block everything and mess with everything that is going on. And it's just for us to know what we are doing. I don't understand how Dangote is able to pull all these things off. I really don't fully understand it. And but the fact that he's doing these things, I have to commend him that he's able to do them. But how he's doing them is still not clear. And there is something he said he was going to do by floating his refinery to public so that they can buy shares. It's a very good thing so that Nigerians will have a stake in the refinery instead of giving it to the government to start messing with again. So there are so many things that are going on around the world right now that I feel is actually good for Nigeria. But this government is one of the worst. I've never seen a government this bad. It like literally, when he came into office, I said, Tinubu has it in his gift to be the best president Nigeria has ever seen. They handed Dangote to him. They handed him subsidy removal. They handed him the ability to even float the currency, which something a lot of people don't have. But what did he do with it? He just squandered everything. He just destroyed the Nigerian economy to the point where Dangote even certified that the government and the people of Nigeria are his greatest threats. We are the threat to our own development. The guy wants to go and build refineries in East Africa. They are basically competing for his attention in East Africa. And yet we are the biggest threat because we are so bigoted. And we really need to check ourselves. This thing that we do, if we don't stop it, it's going to destroy us. And it has been our bane. It has destroyed us before. That's what got us colonized in the first place. And if we don't start checking ourselves and say, you know what, let's do something to build our country. Let's look to create more Dangotes. That's what capitalism is all about. You may not like it. It might not be nice to have multi-billion-dollar billionaires in in your country, but that is the nature of democratic capitalism. If you look at all the democratic capitalists, that's how they are. You always have massive countries, apart from Northern Europe, where they are a little bit more socialist because of their closeness to the Soviet Union in the early days. But that's the nature of this capitalism. We should accept it as a way of life. And if it was me, I would recommend that the Nigerian government make it a policy to generate at least 100 Dangotes in different industries in Nigeria. Support them with the state. Because the reason why they are very efficient for capitalism, because individually they want the company to succeed. But governments don't care. Like, look at our state. We can't even run a refinery. They don't care because they know that next time they'll come back in office, do the same thing again. Civil servants don't care. But private enterprise, the person that owns it wants to make money to give to his shareholders. He wants to be proud to say that, okay, my company is growing and he wants to dominate other people's. So he has an incentive to drive down corruption. And that is and waste too. So I really think that, from my point of view, that we should encourage billionaires to be created in Nigeria so that we can use that to, win market all over Africa and make Nigeria rich. Thank you.
Thank you for this. All right, Sully, you are the last on this topic, and we take a break, come back for the rant and close up.
Okay, let me just quickly climb on the last thing that forefather said. We should encourage billionaires. We already have billionaires in Nigeria now. They don't just want to invest. They don't want to go through the paperwork, the whole dealing with, so many employees that might try to rob you. You have to watch them. You have to go through the whole process. They don't want to sit down and watch their work. They are just looking for passive income. Let me just invest here and just pay me. So just nobody's stopping them. There are so many opportunities. Nobody's stopping. It's a choice. Look at this Abatigwe, or how many houses did they have in London? Couldn't he have set up factories? So they know what they are doing. Now, I believe that Nigeria is going to be like this for a long time. If white people, some of you, yes, let me just say it. I don't even want to be subtle about it. Some of you, if a white person spit on your face, you will say sorry, or maybe the white person wanted to spit on the floor, but it's my face that blocked it. God to save us. You give white people so much leniency. You say white people are fighting for their country, but if it's Yoruba people, the Yoruba people are bigots. It's not even their country. They came there, they murdered everybody, they stole everything. Most of these white people, they survive on what they've stolen from you. You are now saying, oh, people are coming, they want to use the resources. Is it down? Is it down? The resources that they stole, they came, they murdered everybody, they stole, they destroyed the whole economy. But when it's time to share, just a tiny bit of what they've stolen from you, you say people are coming to overuse the things that white people have worked for. God. If it's a black man that did what these white people did, you will not give them the grace. You will not. You will not even give them, you will not want any explanation. You just call them bigots straight up. No, you will not give them the grace. But you love stroking people that don't like us, people that don't like Nigerians, you stroke their ego. People that don't like black people, you stroke their ego. You are looking for their validation all the time. But you are not looking for the validation of Nigerians. You don't want to stroke the ego of Nigerians. You want to compete with Nigerians. You want to insult Nigerians. You want to fight with Nigerians. But if it's a white man, oh, sorry, maybe you made a mistake in slapping me. You wanted to slap fly. And I saw a comment saying they don't want you in their country because you behave like animals. These people come, they murder all your people, they steal everything. Are they behaving like human beings when they do that? Have you done 10% of what they have done to you, to them? You've not even done 1%. If you combine all the crime that white people have done against all the crime that black people have done against white people, it's not even up to 2% or 5% of what they've done to us. So who is really the animal? Who is the animal? So quick to just castigate yourself, put yourself on the ground, and you now wonder why white people treat you like shit. They are learning from you. So you say Trump is fighting from his country. That's not his country. He's an immigrant. But when Yoruba people are fighting for Lagos, they are bigots. His wife too is an immigrant. And the rules he changed is not to help the people, is not to help the country. Is to make life harder for immigrants. Is it necessary? No. He just wants to torture immigrants for no reason. He just wants to torture people that are not white for no reason. This is how white people behave. That's why you don't have free school in America. They remove free school because they don't want black people to get free education. So they decided that they are their own white people.
Sorry to interrupt you. Fighting for Lagos against whom? Yoruba people fighting for Lagos against whom?
When they are saying, oh, Lagos is no man's land, right? And they say Lagos is Yoruba land, don't they call those Yoruba people bigots?
No, but he said that
Yoruba. Don't they call them bigots when they say that they're Yoruba land? It's when they say
it's in the way Yoruba land, but it's part of Nigeria, and Nigeria is one country, one sovereign country.
Okay. So why don't you tell the white people that Australia? Let's use your logic. Go and tell the white people in America that this is not American land. This is Indian land, and the rules should be set by the Indians.
No, sorry. No.
They didn't say it's they said it's no man's land.
The analogy is poor. If Nigeria, Europe, there's no country called Yoruba. There's no country called Yoruba, right?
Tell the white people in Australia and America that their country is no man's land.
No, but you can't equate the situation to the Yoruba on Yoruba land.
Continue.
Yoruba is not a country. Yoruba, you may have a Yoruba land.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? But because it's black people that are doing it.
No. I'm saying that you're wrong. You misconceive it.
You are using my time now. Yeah, let me just, finish.
But Solly, just to clarify things, where the stuff gets a little bit, where people will refer to some these people that advocate such views as bigots, is when they say it's Yoruba land, you people don't belong here, or you should leave this in Lagos. That's when people get cross, or say you are not allowed to even advocate like somebody that was born there. That is where the issue is. It's obviously a Yoruba territory. Nobody will say who will say that Lagos is not part of the Yoruba territory. It's the Yoruba territory. That's where the issue is coming from.
Now let me show you why there's hypocrisy. You don't see Yoruba people on the streets beating up anybody that is not Yoruba. You don't see Yoruba people on the streets lynching anybody that is not Yoruba. You don't see Yoruba people on the streets unaliving, stabbing people that are not Yoruba. What you see are APC members who have a motive and something to benefit that do these actions. The average Yoruba man does not do all these actions you complain about, but the average white man will lynch you. The average white one will beat you and your family. They will burn your house while you are still inside the house. Even right now.
Yeah, but no, to be fair though, even those white men are associated with an organization. No, I think we are painting the wrong picture here. Those white people are associated with an organization, either the police or KKK or something. Just like you said, APC Yoruba people are actually attacking Southeasterners. No, I have to say this because you can't just paint a parallel history here. Because I was on this platform when they were attacking Igbo people during the election. I saw it happen, and we saw this in Igbo Basics. An old man was in tears on this channel. So to say that you guys are not doing it is not fair.
How you speak?
No, don't paint a parallel picture because it's happening on the street of Nigeria. It's not fair.
Forefathers, okay. What I encourage is to allow the person to finish, and then you can rebut.
I gave you the chance to speak. If you know that you wanted to see all these things, you should have said it.
Okay, it's okay. Sorry.
You can't be waiting for me to respond. Then you start shifting the goalpost every time. Make your point. Let me respond. If I defeat your point, I've defeated your point. If you want to make another point, you make another point. Every time I speak, you are shifting the goalpost. And what pains me the most is you don't do this to white people. You allow whatever their bullshit. Their police is lynching you. Their own police. Their own military is lynching you, burning you in your own house, stabbing you. In Europe, in UK, they are stabbing. Even in Ireland, their police are killing you. Why don't you argue with them? Why? Why are you arguing with me? Are my people killing you? Do our police kill you? Do we burn down your house? Do you see the average Yoruba person? You are talking about Agbero stocks, people that are political tools, as if you don't have it in your region. You act like you don't have it in your region, but you do. So why are you trying to act innocent? Why? What are you gaining from being mischievous? Is it because we are black? Because I know you will never do this to a white person. I'm sure you will not. You won't. Go. How many white people have you confronted about lynching? How many? When have you gone on a platform to confront them about lynching? When have you gone on a white platform to confront them about their actions against you for over 400 years? When? Never. But
I've done it on this platform. So
but if it's a black man, let me be manipulative, let me be mischievous, all these things for what? You like to punch down. I've never ever seen any of it's rare for me to see a Nigerian punch up. Rare, very rare. Me, when I want to go, I punch up. When I want to have kids, I pity so many black people. I don't take them to court, but you know how many white people I take that? I make sure that they pay my money. I make sure that if I can affect them in any way, I take it up to them. Acting, man, just stroking this white people's ego. You don't confront them like this. You don't challenge them like this. And you are grasping at straws just to make it.
Leave these old people, Solly. Calm down. Leave these old people. Calm down.
It annoys me now. Because they don't.
I agree with you. It's annoying.
They don't challenge
we
people like
white man and
why people are telling you to get out from the country that they stole? You are saying they are defending their country. What? Country they stole? No. Country they stole with resources that they stole from you that they don't even want to share 1% of it. You say they are defending their things. They remove free school because they don't want you to have it. They remove free healthcare because they let their people die just because they don't want you to have free healthcare. But in your mind, you claim it as they are defending. That's why I say if a white man spit on some of you, spit on your face 10 times, you say it's because your face was blocking it.
where you wanted to speak to, and you are doing it. You are showing us that you are doing it again. I've gone to white platforms to challenge them, and I won the argument many times on TikTok. How many of you have done that? You don't even challenge your superior. You don't do so subservient.
Sorry.
No, please. Nigerians are the coons of Africa.
Sorry, no, so let me tell you.
You are the coons of Africa. That's just it. You are a visual. Nigeria is how UK wanted to. Nigeria is UK's most successful experiment. You are white people's most successful experiment because you will never challenge them. Some of you even see them as God. That is how terrible it is. You worship them. Let me just get my point across. So they are very greedy, they are very stingy, they do so much shit to you. They would rather destroy their own life just so that you will not enjoy anything, but you will be there to defend them. You are ready to fight me for them. You are ready to fight me for them. And they hate you for no reason. Just because you have melanin. They don't even have a logical reason to hate you. And racism is taught. You don't just grow up to be a racist. That means, as we are speaking right now, they are teaching their children, as we are speaking, and you are grasping at straws at me, they are teaching their children to hate you for no reason, as we are speaking right now. And you have not done anything about it. Nothing. But you want to challenge me for agberos and political talks when the average citizen is not doing anything to contribute to it.
All right.
Some of you deserve the slavery. Some of Nigerians deserve the suffering. You are the architect of your own problem. That's why I hate hearing you guys complain. Because what else do you expect from the actions that you take? Look at your current actions. What are you expecting to be the end result?
All right, thank you, Sully. I will give OT and forefathers opportunity to respond, but not. I don't want it to be after they respond. Well, that may happen now. After they respond, Sully will want to say something, and then we are stuck here. But I want to. I see Dexter and Mask. I want to give them a chance to weigh in, and then we take a break. Come for rants. So forefathers, just say something.
Sorry, Mr. Rupert. Before forefathers, because me, I joined back because I agree with totally what Soli is saying. So let me say what I want to say.
Okay.
So that the forefathers and
okay, there will be the final say. Okay, go ahead, Master.
Yes, I want to start by saying that both forefathers and OT, they are the people they are among the people I do understand where they are always coming from.
I'm trying to find where the noise is coming from. I think it's Dexter. Okay, go ahead.
Dexter.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think sometimes they get too defensive for no reason. There's absolutely nothing to put on top of what Soli said. So maybe you guys misunderstand what he's saying. He's not supporting the fact that Nigerians should be told not to be in Lagos. That's not what Soli is saying. He is simply, the theme of his argument is hypocrisy. If you want to criticize a certain action, you should criticize it across board. That's the theme of his argument. He's not in support of what people in Lagos, let's take his word, what APC Yoruba people are doing in Lagos. He's not in support of that. But to go back and start arguing with him just shows the unfortunate type of defensive problem as black people. Nobody is even criticizing you, already defending yourself. Like, the fact of the matter is that the white man does not like you. The white man has colonized our grandparents, forefathers. They are still recolonizing us. They are even this. There's an article I read today. There's a conference Peter Obi went in South Africa. If you trace it, these are CIA organized transactions, and this is not new. These people kill our good leaders. We know it. It's on record. They write it in books. We read it. And we still can't see it. That the enemy is not us. The enemy is not sitting in Lagos. It's the people who are manipulating us, making us puppet masters. It's okay if we want to live like that. That's fair enough. But we cannot be giving them justifications. It's not nice. It's not fair. The atrocities that white people have committed in this world, honestly, it's unimaginable. The same America we are talking about, is it their land? Nobody is talking about it. Not to talk of the fact that they came and carry black people, put them there. We are not talking about it. If we are going to criticize anything, let's start criticizing the white people. The man is carrying 10,000 white South Africans, these people that did apartheid. We are not talking about anything there, and we'll be killing ourselves. We'll be holding each other at neck. These are people that groom our people as CIA agents to be leaders of countries. We still sit down there, we don't see it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't get angry like Sodi also. I'm supposed to be an old man. But honestly speaking, I think it's not fair to excuse the white man. If you excuse him, then you should also excuse the ineptitudes of the black man. That's all I would say. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Sorry, hold on. Before you speak, Oti, let me get Dexter so that we can round it up. Okay, Dexter, go ahead.
I thought I was supposed to respond. How is
no, yeah, hold on.
I don't even want to respond. I just want to give information. Last election, MC Oluomo said that Igbos should not vote. This election, you know that he was promoting an Igbo candidate in Lagos. That should tell you that it's all about agenda. He promoted and he made a whole campaign for an Igbo candidate in Lagos. Just so you know.
All right. Thank you. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I was there. I've been listening to the background track, and I think everybody that comes on this platform should be saying thanks to you because apparently people have a lot to say. And we are giving people a chance to air their opinions, irrespective of what the opinions are. And you actually don't even lay your own biases on the people. And I think that's exemplary. So I want to say thank you because at this moment, many of us that come here just rant out of emotions and what we want to say, but we don't really understand the power of media and what this platform is doing for many people, and doing for many of us. They say it takes one viral moment and then things go out of control. So Dr. Damages, thank you. And everybody that supports you behind the stage, everybody that we don't see, because I know this kind of thing, there are people that we don't see that are making this thing to work. Mm-hmm. So I think all of us have to be grateful to say thank you very much for it. And I think also for panelists that come up here, one of the just things we can do to the whole thing that makes it possible for us to come here is that we should try and make sure that whatever views we are sharing, there's some constructive parts to it. Just to talk on what Soli and forefathers and Masca. So Masca, this is my pushback on you. I agree with what you're saying. Everybody has done something wrong. Okay? But this is what I think.
So sorry, what did the black man do wrong to other people?
No, Masca, let me land. Masca, just let me land. We're not fighting. Masca, you just said that nobody was fighting Soli and that people became defensive. You are doing the same thing. I haven't said anything yet and you have started defending.
No, you said something wrong. You said everybody did something wrong. That's not correct.
Masca, everybody did something wrong. Masca, there was a caliphate. Masca, there was a caliphate jihad in Nigeria. We all know that. Everybody has done something wrong somewhere. So,
okay,
Masca, this is what I want to say.
Masca, that's black on black violence.
Masca, not black. I'm not interested in black and white. I'm not interested in black and white. I'm more interested in what is going to be good for our own people. That's what I'm interested in. And Masca, what I think is, Masca, please let me land, please.
Masca, let me to say that everybody, black people did not do anything wrong.
Masca, there's xenophobia in South Africa. It's black people on black people. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, I think Masca.
You can't make that statement when we are looking at white people versus
no, Masca, we are human beings. Stop. Let's forget about blacks. Forget about your skin color. We are human beings.
saying. This is exactly his point.
Masker, wait, I'm not going against Soli.
As everybody did something wrong.
No,
so,
Masker.
Therefore, slavery is okay. Therefore,
Masker, how
is it that Masker is allowed to speak but others cannot speak? But it's okay.
Masker, why are you getting angry? You are doing the same thing you accuse forefathers and this person. I haven't even said anything, and you are attacking me.
Said something wrong.
No, I didn't say. Masker, you have to listen and get the context.
Masker, can we let Dexter finish?
So this is what I'm saying. First of all, we are human beings. First of all, let's stop separating ourselves by the color of our skin. Number two, talk about Nigeria. I agree. What Soli is saying is absolutely true. Soli, what I'm going to say is that for you to bring justice, it has to start at home. Okay? I agree. You can talk about the white people. They've done a whole kind of bullshit. I agree. But we have to start from home. The reason is this. We don't start making justice applicable in our own houses, in our own home, then we would not have the power to fight the one outside. While we are focusing on why people did that, our country is slipping into the abyss. And whether you like it or not, it doesn't benefit us, it benefits the adversary. So I think what we should be talking about more here is how we can rid ourselves of these kind of things within ourselves. I'm not a big fan, but I like something Amechi said. Look, when you talk about Nigerians, people are talking about, I'm from this region. Oh, I'm Hausa, I'm Fulani, I'm Igbo, I'm Yoruba. They are not even saying they're Nigerian citizens. Does it not show that we are missing something? And many of us here are living in countries whereby we become citizens of those countries, and we travel around those countries and feel we have a right there. Why don't we want the good things we see applicable in the Americas, in Sweden, in Denmark? Why don't we want to make that kind of thing applicable in our own country? Our country, we are divided. We are here. We're not even, look, I hear some people talk about this present administration. Almost every position that is being filled up, especially in the economy, is filled up by people from one section of the country. We are getting to a point whereby we seem to clothe ourselves and we want to talk about what is happening outside. So as much as, yes, we know about the excesses of the whites, you know about the crimes of them, I agree. They did stuff that is not good, absolutely correct. But we have to start from ourselves. Why? Because if we don't, and this is where forefathers has the point, because if we don't integrate with, and mind you, I don't agree with forefathers on many things he said, but if we don't come together and form a strong bond like this, we keep on acting with fingers, my thumb is strongest, my trigger finger is strongest, we will go nowhere. We will go nowhere whether we are talking about, oh, I'm fighting the white people. No, don't spend your energy fighting the white people. Spend your energy pontificating and coming up with ways whereby we can make a solid team in our own country, whereby it will not be about where the person is from. When people, Nigerians, will say, I am a Nigerian. That's what citizenship will be about, where people can become, you can contest for election if you pay taxes in that place. Look, this idea of Yoruba, no, it's not going to get, look, we've been doing it for how long? Where has it gotten us to? Just ask yourself, where has it gotten us to? Nigeria amalgamation when? 1904, 1914. Till now, what have we made of it? Are we a better country? So we should shift this argument away from the white people. We know their crime, we know about it. How do we fix ourselves? How do we give our children the education so that in the next 20 years, our children are the one building the rockets that can go to space, that can go to near orbit? Think about it. You have young kids in the Western world, 18, 19, 20. They are doing designs of rockets that can go to near orbit. So what are we talking about? Children in Nigeria are learning, under the rain, are learning in mud. Doesn't it pain your heart? These are the kind of things we should be thinking about. And forget about the white people. Take the advantages you can take from them and make our people better. That's what I think we should do. Thank you.
All right.
Doctor, please make me the last person because I didn't talk about the immigration. I just wanted to point that to you. Last person.
I'm sorry again. Okay, so what we're going to do, we have to round up. I want to hear from
so we'll not go rant. We'll not go rant again.
We're ranting. No, of course. I'm just saying ending this segment so that we can rant. I want to hear Oti and Forefathers. But sorry, hold on. You respond last, so because I'm sure they're going to say something.
Dexter, I want to respond.
No, because
I just want to ask him a question.
He will then speak more. We don't.
I want him to speak more.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Ask him a question. What is the question?
All right. You said that we need to fix our problems, right? And our main issue is fixing our problem. Please, can you just answer this question? Who is the architect of our problems, and who continues to make sure that these problems continue to insist? And this APC we complain about, who helped bring them in power? Thank you.
Sorry, we are the architects of our own problem. Let's forget about. Let me give you a typical example. Let me land. So I'll give you solely. I'll give you a typical example. We are the architects. Solely, you ask a question, we allow me answer. We are the architects of our own problem. We are the architects, like forefathers used to say. We are the ones that while we're taking palm wine, we are allowing the white people to come in, to taking schnapps or taking hot drinks, whatever it is. Let me give you a typical example. Abia State used to be a comatose state. They used to borrow money, Ojus or Oji, Ipazu. They used to do all kinds of shenanigans. It was horrible. They blamed outside, they blamed low IGR, they blamed all kinds of things. Today, Abia State is transformed. The governor has not gone to start borrowing wildly. Instead, he's paying off debts. He's solving the problem. If you can internalize, look, it is the rats inside the house that goes to tell the ones outside, look, there's something inside here, come, and then they come inside. We are the architects of our problem. Let's stop putting the blame outside. It's just like my son comes to tell me, oh, I didn't do well in school because of the child. I don't care about those children. You sit down, put your hands down, and read your book. That's what we do. As Africans, we should know that this brain is the same thing. Let's forget about the outside world. Put this brain to work. Put it to work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I see everybody excited.
We were put together as a design to never work.
Jide came back. Oh, sorry, hold on. We're going to go to Oti. Go next. And
so, gentlemen, I don't rant, okay? And the trouble is that I didn't even know how or where this hypocrisy, team, how it came about. The only reason why I interjected was that I heard talk about it said Yorubas are blamed for saying that this is Yoruba land, So then I asked him the question. The Yoruba land, the arguing or whatever, fighting. I asked him against whom. So this is just Nigeria we're talking about, okay, as a country, okay? And then I just told him that we have Yoruba land, Igbo land, Ibibio land, Ijo land, but these are nations, right? But we're now in one country, one sovereign country. And therefore, the Yoruba person, it doesn't matter who he is, whether he's an Alburo or whatever, he's saying that it's wrong and should be condemned. And by the way, saying that it is a APC talks, that is not quite correct, because how about the politicians, that instigate these people, that instrumentalize the talks? Are they not supposed to be responsible political leaders that should be, working to build a country? Okay, so I don't buy that. This excuse, and I don't see, the fight is against white people. They have done their evil, their stuff. So, and what are we doing? So. And for me, it's not a matter of winning an argument against white people. And at least as a people, as a country, as people, one people, right? I'm talking about Nigerians now. And no matter how terrible our situation is, but at least we still live in one country, okay? I can quite safely describe us as a people. So we're in the business of this kind of building a nation. We're not yet into kind of having a global agenda to have in other words, go beyond our charity begins at home. Let's fix our home first, okay? And then before taking on some foreign enemies, the white people you're talking about. So I'm not, nobody, I have not, and I'm not sure Fofather has defended white people. So this thing, hypocrisy, I don't know where it's coming from. Quite frankly, it's I'm at a loss, So I'm not defending white people. I'm not excusing their evils, but I'm much more focused, concentrated in our own in our affairs, in our failures, in our failings, and hoping that we can do better. That's what I'm interested in.
All right, thank you. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. I'm surprised that I don't know whether he's including me as somebody that is very nice to white people when they're on platform. The last time one showed up here, I'm not sure I took it easy on him, and neither do I take it easy on any other platform. Actually, that I've encountered any European or Asian or Middle Eastern, I've spoken to quite a lot of people, from Israelis to North Africans, East Africans, different kinds of people. So I don't have time to be worrying whether you're. As a matter of fact, I treat all of them as, with the self-awareness that we always put ourselves at a disadvantage. So I always come leaning forward most of the time. Sometimes maybe undeserving, sometimes I'm a little bit too hard on some of them. But that said, what you said were specifics, and I thought I needed to correct them. When you were saying that because some people say Lagos is Yoruba, that's why some people are calling the people that say those things bigots. That is not where it stops. And then you went on to also say APC people are the ones doing it, as if because it's an institution that is doing it is of less significance in terms of being discriminatory against people of the same country. Because even in other countries, it's mostly done through institutions. And if you look at what is happening in South Africa now, Dudula, it's through an institution that was organizing it, and police were around there allowing it to happen. And are you waiting until it gets worse before you see it as a danger? Because I was here on the platform then, I was saying, why is it that this is happening and Nigerians are not coming out and saying, Nigerian elders, Wole Soyinka, all of them, they are not coming out and saying, no, this is not how we behave. This is Nigeria. Yes, this area is a Lagos area, but remember, this is a capital city. They are not saying Ibadan is no man's land. Nobody said Ogun is no man's land. This is a common sense stuff. Some of the stuff we argue about sometimes, and that's why I don't get into the debate of, this place is Yoruba or this place is no man's land, because that one is a benign argument. It's when they start threatening people. They were threatening non-Yoruba people in Lagos. There was a lot of tension in Lagos during that period. When a lot of Southeasterners were saying they should stop going to Lagos, they should go to Southeast to go and build. For you to say, like, that is something that is equivalent to what Americans are doing, personally, the way I look at it is that both of them are supposed to be condemned outright. And this thing that we do sometimes where we say, you are harder on this side than the other side. That is true. Many of our people, they do that a lot, but it's not uniform, because some people on this platform now are sympathetic to Europeans, while others are not. For you to just say it's general, like me, now, I'm not very sympathetic to them, even if I understand why they do what they do. So, but for you to say specifically that, it's only APC people, or are we seeing people on the street getting attacked? Yeah, we've seen people getting attacked. People have died. I've been on this platform. They've announced that people have died. There was a market that was burnt, the way the security guard was killed. There was another one where people were attacked. They were rushing them to the hospital. They were even videoing it live during the election period. In Lagos, there were places where at schools, they were discriminating against Igbo people, even at schools, outside Lagos. So let's not pretend as if these things are not problematic in Nigeria. And when people condemn it, I think it's right that they do that. And if you want to compare it to other regions of Nigeria, have you seen other regions where they attack other non, let's say in the Southeast, they attack Yoruba people? Or the South, they attack Yoruba people, or I know in the North, sometimes you can see sometimes they go after the Southeasterners in the North too, which is not something that we should tolerate. So that's the point I was trying to highlight, that you can't just say, when some Lagosians say Lagos is Yoruba, that is the reason why people are against them. Personally, I don't think people will get crossed if you say that. I don't think it's a big deal to say. If some people in Kanu say Kanu is for Kanu people, I don't think a lot of Southeasterners will be concerned, even if they have a lot of Southeasterners there. It's when they start attacking them, pressuring them, telling them not to vote, telling them not to exercise their right. That's where the issue is. And to say that I'm sympathetic to Europeans, I don't know. Maybe if you need to go and check some of my videos, you find out that I'm not sympathetic to them at all.
All right. Femi, Femi, when you spoke, I gave you option on topics to speak. You picked on what you wanted to speak on. It's not like you didn't talk about green cards. So it's not like you have to talk about everything. So I just remember.
I wanted to, yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
I apologize. I wanted to, I just forgot.
Okay.
Dr. Damages, after this, are we having rants?
Yeah, we're having rants.
Okay, because I want to make a request before people start leaving.
Okay, what's the request?
Everybody that made this argument against me, right? Next week, Friday, if they are so strong about the arguments, let's have this debate. Let's have a whole full session with the debate with the rules that I sent. Because I don't want to be going back and forth. I want us to have a full debate.
Sorry,
we will come with facts, and everybody should come with the region that they are from. I will come from Lagos. Every single person that argued against me, if you do not come for that debate next week, then that refutes every point that you've made. You must agree to that now. Stand on your point and come to that debate next week. Don't give me any excuse. I'm not going to take any excuse. I don't care, even if they blow up your country. You must come with that debate. You must back it up with the states that you come from, and we'll have this debate live. Because I want to put my foot down. All this manipulation, all this mischievousness, we must end it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Femi, after you, Jide will have the last word. We'll take a break, come back and rant and prepare for next Friday.
Oh, okay. So there's this lady, Teresa Brown, that's worked with the Obama administration and the Bush administration, Bush Jr. especially. And he typically, whenever he's interviewed about this issue of immigration, I think he's a lawyer as well. He typically refers to the fact that across party lines, just like a lot of things, especially things that have to do with international geopolitics and what have you, it's a uniparty system. So let's nobody deceive you. The Democrats, on one hand, will use it as a way of trying to curry votes when it comes to blacks and Mexicans and what have you. And then, Republicans will do what the Republicans do, which is an example of what Trump is doing. It's something that's been happening forever. So it's not a Trump thing, like a lot of us keep mentioning. But that said, on one hand, it's understandable when you look at it from the purview of a certain Vusi Tembekwayo, the guy that's usually one of the keynote speakers at this Platform Nigeria event that Pastor Poju usually organizes every year.
The platform.
The platform. And I was listening to something that he said on his own YouTube platform this morning when he was trying to conceptualize and just make one understand fully from his own angle what's going on in South Africa as an example. And he sent me thinking about even what's happening generally just all over the world, even in certain parts of Africa, even in Ghana today, in Togo, when it comes to Nigerians having to leave and what have you. A lot of things are interconnected, and it continues to be so. With the continuing famine, warfare, all kind of things going on in the world, it's not going to end anytime soon. But that said, there's also a history and a hypocrisy when it comes to humanity generally. It doesn't matter whether it's Nigeria or America. Because on one hand, yes, while it's true that whatever happened in terms of call it genocide, if you will, with respect to the American Indians that were here, that practically owned America, if you will, before white people took over. To even Irish people, there was a time, a lot of people probably don't even realize that Irish people at some point were not welcome in America. At some point, it was the turn of the Jews. So it's just, again, a lot of things goes back to history. So I say this to say that, yes, it is, if you will, their country, Abi, in quotes, if you will, and you can also translate it. And very importantly, as a matter of fact, Doctor, I continue to say one thing when people say we should just talk about Nigeria. I have heard you say this before, and I believe this is your concept of this program, that we're not in like isolation. A lot of things are going on in Nigeria that makes us know, or not even know, that we're not free. That's why there's a term called neocolonialism. So as much as we are here, according to one famous, what's it called? Until they decide to chase over all of us, and those of us are legal and illegal that came here legally or whatever, we are still here. You understand? But to say that we should only talk about Nigeria when we're not alone, we're not operating in isolation, and you have a topic. Me, I will talk about the topic that you put down. You're the one that puts down the topic. And again, we're not in isolation. So it's have your say. That's where me, I have my fight. People that tell us we should just talk about Nigeria. It is, I can say whatever I like. Nobody can tell me how to speak.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Jide, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Damages, for having me once again. Greetings to you. Greetings to everyone on the panel. And greetings to everyone listening as well. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone have said a lot of substantial things. They've made a lot of substantial points. But yeah, I have a lot to say. I'm going to say it in the shortest time possible. So the United States of America was a country that was formed as a product of settler colonialism. That's number one. Number two is that the United States, as a nation, was founded on the foundation of racism. And I'm going to expatiate on that. Racism is not just a white person seeing a black person and discriminating that black person, as we all probably know. Racism is sociological, it's psychological, it's political, it's economical, and it's historical. In fact, our oppression is a product of racism as Nigerians, as Black Africans. I know this is something we know, but it's important that this has to be said because it is important that we as Black African people, as Nigerians, we need to know our place in the world. And our place in the world right now is to seek to be dominated and be enslaved by the Europeans and to maintain that dominance over us. I've just said that this thing about immigration, as we all know, there is going to be a point, and that's where we are, probably that's where we are right now. When you have a system, a capitalist system, like, I mean, I don't want to go into criticism of capitalism. I think someone made a very clear criticism of capitalism earlier, but I don't want to go into capitalism and socialism right now. But we need to understand that one of the blood that flows within racism itself is capitalism. Without that blood, this cannot manifest itself. So the way it works is when you have a capitalist country like the United States and there is immigration and you need to seek profits, to extract as much profit as possible, and you need to bring in workers from third world countries. But thereby, you are destroying those countries so that those people will not be able to live comfortably in an economic situation that make them comfortable. They have to migrate to the first world countries, whereby those people are being exploited so that profits are being maximized. It is inevitable that the settler population, the settler colonial population would always feel threatened. And I'm talking about the European race. They will feel threatened, even if there's no threat anywhere. Even if, clearly, as you can see, more of the immigrants are coming from Latin America, from India. In fact, we Black Africans, if you talk about the percentage of people that are migrating to the United States, we are probably one of the least percentage. Majority are still Latinos and Indians. And these people are people of color. And these Europeans, they see them as a threat. It's inevitable because, like I said, racism itself, it is also sociological. So when you have a group of people that are coming in, they are doing well, and the billionaires, the capitalists, they are still making a lot of money and they're thriving. What the capitalists would do is they would what? They would create a narrative that the settler class, is a victim of the migrants. So that is how racism perpetrates itself. So what does that mean? It means that if it does not ever get to the point of xenophobia, the European race will respond. And the only way they will respond is they will purge out the people of colored migrants. And what does that mean? That does not mean that the settler colonial states, the imperial states, which is the United States, will not continue to exploit those countries. And that's where I'm not going to talk about the Democrats and the Republicans. Like as Brother Femi said, it's a uniparty system. They share the same foreign policy. How they implement the foreign policy is different, but they share the same foreign policy. How they attack countries, it's still the same ideology, but they implement it in different ways. So that's what makes them different. Now, I have a lot to say, but give me, please, brother, just give me like 3 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes. I'm going somewhere with this. The point of the matter is, either we immigrants are here and we are living a better life or not. The truth of the matter is, we are not different from those that are in Nigeria. Either we are here or not, even when they purge us out, we are still an oppressed class. And no matter what, we are still seen as a threat by the settler colonial class. And I have just zoomed and I have a lot to say, but let me just say this, make this final point. The point of the matter is that this settler colonial state is in crisis and they are in decline. And one of the ways in which they respond is through a far-right approach, purging out immigrants, seeking to further dominate the world. And currently they are failing in that. So the only way they can actually consolidate their power is by what? Is by seeking to what? To purge out migrants. Because we Black African people, we need to always remember that we and Black Americans, we are the same. And I have just 2 minutes. I have a lot to say, man. Okay, I'll stop there. When it's time for rant, I'll talk about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Unbelievable. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we will do the rants. Thank you.
Dr. Dameji, don't be this hysterical, man.
right, welcome back, everybody. This is our last segment of the show, which is the rant. We're giving everybody 2 to 3 minutes to rant on any topic. We used to give maybe today we can also give another book out to. I think we still have some to the best person that performed in the rant. People, I don't know how many moderators we have on the comment section. Adama and Tope, if you guys can help, anybody can vote the best rant, 2 to 3 minutes on any topic. Let me start with who hasn't spoken in the recent time. Let's see. Okay, I'll start with you.
Just like that. Okay. Since I'm ranting, first of all, let me shout out to my disciples. 2.5 million votes is a team. Stay focused. Stay focused. We are on course. Now, as earlier said, there is a code that says the clue to what a man can do is what a man has already done. 2027 election. I challenge anybody to disagree with me that it's not going to be rigged. That's one. I challenge anybody to disagree with me that the rigging is not going to be spiritual, but financially and physically, and a human being they will use. And we don't know this thing almost 4 years ago. The question remains that, what are you going to do about it? You guys requested for this time, but they show now real time. What are you going to do about it? If you look at all the presidential candidates, unless you deceive yourself, that's why I always compare to the Olympic sport as a 400-meter runner. 400-meter now only events will be that you bet down for your starting point, you see the finishing line. Means that the day you cast your vote or the day you are voted for, you know another election will take place in 4 years' time. No be juju. That one there is not even conspiracy. It's sure say it could happen. But just because you see your finish line doesn't make you just get up at the shot of a gun and you are a winner. No, you still have to go round. That means you have to go around the field to finish. Means you have to start all over again to do the work from day 1, 2023, 2024, 2025. You have to do the work all over again. But most importantly, now how you see that race now matters. Some people see it as 200 meters in 400. They are right. The first 100 meters, the first 200 meters, that now one. Then the first start of 200 meters to finish that now second. But there's another people that see it as 200 meters in 400 meters. That require hard work. That require you working hard to get it. That means your starting point to the first 300 to the first 300 meters is your first 100 meters, 200 meters. Now to cut it short here, among these candidates, some of them are just happy to be part of the competition. They are training to compete. Like my coach stays in college, just go and compete. Why there are people like Coach Akiade of Ibadan? That is a game of final, is a game of anybody. That means you have to walk like a horse, even though if you don't win before. And you go see which group of these political parties are doing their work. Now that person ain't go win. So the Coach Lati said the God is democratic. He put the power of speed beneath the soil. The harder you tap, the faster you go. In this scenario, the people at the speed that God put beneath the earth, how much of those people can you let to the polling booth now go give you win? So how much are you agreeing with the people of Nigeria? Not be all grammar where they speak. That's what it matters when push comes to shove. So we can argue and cause of ourselves all we want. The reality is that they will read the election and what are you going to do about it? Not we, because there's no we. What are you going to do about it? I dropped my mic.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. That was good. Masca, I know Masca doesn't like to rant, but you have 2 to 3 minutes to tell us something.
Okay, just give me 3 minutes. All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I totally agree with Dexter when he said that we really all should start with 1 minute of gratitude. I sincerely agree that you are doing a good job, not just of putting the platform, but the fact that I can't find the word to describe. It's not benevolent. You are just a big man with a large heart. Let's put it that way. So we thank you and we thank God for the heart He has given you, upon which we have been given the opportunity to air our views. So thank you for that. But you're right. I won't rant. Uh, I would take my time to say or brush on three things. The first thing is I will repeat one of the major flaw in the black man's mentality is his level of what how will I use we when I was young, you just see the horizon, you think that that's the end of the world. And to a large extent, this is the major problem of the black man. We think we just look down on our surrounding. But the reality that life is not like that. And that is what this mentality is what has given the white people advantage over us. I listened to Dexter, and it's pathetic listening to, like, he made a statement that it is the rat inside that will go and tell the people outside. Like, are you in this world that didn't you read about Mongo Park? You didn't read about Dr. Livingstone? Like, these are people who came and they came in and they ransacked everywhere. They know even what we do not know. If you think there is a black rat that is going to tell these people something, you will miss the point. All I am always trying to say is I have no grudge against a white man, because look, it's not like people sit down and every white man sat inside one room and they had a plan. But the fact of the matter is that there is the word I think is dialectic. There is a constant battle, even though it is not physical like that. But humanity is in a constant battle for resources. And you have a race that is always, or because already it has advantage, it's always looking for how to fiddle with our realities. And unfortunately, we don't get to see it. And again, what really makes me sometimes angry is that almost there's nothing I will say on this platform that I did not see it in print. I will not say anything from the top of my head. Everything I say is something I've followed line by line. Line by line. Somebody wrote it, I'm most likely a white man. They are the ones that write it. If you read their books, you will see it. Let me give a very classic example. Let's take the Congo that we are talking about. The man that really wanted to put Congo on the map is Patrice Lumumba. The man that really at the end balkanized Congo is Mobutu Sese Seko. It is on record. I think it's Lawrence Devlin. That's even the name. The classified records exist. The name of the CIA agent that recruited Mobutu Sese Seko as an informant is there. It's a record. And it is the same Mobutu Sese Seko who assisted in assassinating Patrice Lumumba. The CIA agent that killed Patrice Lumumba said it on TV. I saw it. They liquidated the body of Patrice Lumumba because they don't want even Congolese. Because if they bury him somewhere, they believe Congolese will still go and be worshiping that place, and it will be a rallying point. That's the level these people think. And I know, like I said, it's not just all the white people. In a way, it is what Oti said. I also agree with him. It's just that for me, it's a matter of priority. We can't start fighting capitalism now. You can't carry all the battles at the same time. But the truth is that, the point I'm making why I bring capitalism is because it's not all the white people. It is even the system they operate that is creating these problems of trying to dominate and make sure you subjugate people because you're looking for certain resources. But the reality is that even as we are going into this election, we are arguing on simple things, but these white people are going deeper. They are already forecasting how they will manipulate our next potential leader. So to think that, let's solve our problem, it's absurd, it's naive. there's no way you can solve Africa's or Nigeria's problem until you understand the people who are the people poking your fire. I have other things to say, but I think I will stop here, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you.
All
But
right.
we need to know that the white people are a significant part of our problem. Let's at least acknowledge that and understand that. That will help us in greatly understand how we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maska. Femi, you're next. 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, first I also start with that comment that you posted that it's not an easy thing to come to in the public. That's why when we criticize the leaders, I think it's also right to criticize the followers as well. And for those who think when they post things or they say things, everybody will, all of us that have thin skins and will run away. Waste of time, because you're not here to make everybody happy, hopefully. But that said, my own idea in my follow-up to what Masker just said, my own idea, and I can't say it any better, is for us to think that again that we're alone by ourselves. We should continue. Maybe they play, they go. But in saying that, that's not to say that we're not partakers in the problem as things stand right now, and we can't forever continue to wallow in our own mourning. But it's just good to highlight the fact that these people are not going to leave you alone easily. If nothing else has shown us what's happening in Iran, the way Iran is fighting back right now, hate them or loathe them, I'm not saying I'm a supporter of Iran. Should give you an example of how the world works. After all, my late mom would tell us when we're younger, even when we're a bit at come of age, that she was saying Yoruba, like we don't know anything about the world, the way the world operates. If you think it's what we see, imagine what we do not see. After all, there's been several CIA agents, for example, that continue to come on board now to actually reveal that against what has been going on. As an example, M16 as well. And that's not to say there's no other people involved. It's just that sometimes when you're at the top, you tend to be the one that's most scrutinized. But that said, in fixing Nigeria as it stands, at least for as long as we continue with Nigeria, and by implication Africa, Black Africa especially, the problems definitely are numerous, and it cuts across what even in Europe, amongst even whites themselves, even though it's subliminal, and even amongst Americans, white Americans themselves, is a battle that's going on even within intra-races, and it goes down from everything from governance to institutions to education to infrastructure, security, and what's a view. As much as we like to even pontificate about how America, for example, is this and that, trust me, a lot of America's infrastructure is decaying. It's like 6th century compared with what's it called? China right now. China is the reference point right now. That's the facts. Now that said, again, I like to let me just now focus on here and trying to conclude that, just like I said earlier, if we like, we should do election 2,000 times. The way things are right now, so long as we continue to be Nigeria, it's not going to make any change. The way to make the changes is down to the people, because again, nobody is going to come and save us. Some of us mentioned the fact that, especially when Trump said he was sending them to come and bomb Nigeria. Story. They don't love us like that. It is inside of all the nonsense that we continue to practice, religion, ethnicity, and whatever. It is within ourselves. When we get serious, we'll somehow realize that, wait, this problem, we have to put away, eschew all these encumbrances, if you will, and try to know who exactly we're fighting, even within ourselves as well, as much as we want to credit the fact that there's still external forces at play. If nothing else tells you, just like I mentioned the case of Iran, look at what happened recently in Mali, as an example. The French are not leaving them too. That's why and of course, parts of the West are not leaving them too. That's why they're using the terrorists on one hand like they did in Syria. A lot of these things, like I continue to say, are interconnected. So as we're fighting the devil within, we should also find a way to fight the ones. It's not going to be an easy battle, but we should not think that God self will come down. Otherwise, let us continue building churches and mosques and thinking that God will come down and continue waiting for Godot.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Forefathers.
Thank you for everything. I think Nigeria has a lot of potential to do a lot of good, as can be seen with just what Dangote represents on the continent today, and maybe even in the world. And our problems are not as severe as we like to think. It's just that this thing about, the mind is a very powerful thing. I'm beginning to realize that the minds of people are very, very hard to change from when they are locked in place. And it's just the mind that's holding us back, because if we knew what we're doing, like the way, for me, it's clear in my mind, my first priority would be to make the country strong in terms of security, because then we can actually make decisions for ourselves. If anybody tries to force us to do what is not good for us, we'll resist it. Like the Iranians are resisting, like the Russians did, and anybody that wants to survive in this world, you have to be able to resist other people telling you what is good for you. When they start doing that, they're not going to tell you what is going to be good for you. They're going to tell you what's going to be good for them. And that's what has been happening to us repeatedly. And for me, it's a very, very clear thing, because from that point of view, it's so simple then. Why are we not doing it? And whenever I engage in conversation, you meet so much resistance within our people. Even when they can go and read it. Now, if you go and pick up a textbook of political science, they will tell you that, yes, corruption is a problem, but some of the earliest people that reviewed politics in the modern context made it clear that if you don't have a strong state, you don't have a state. And yet, our people pretend as if they don't know these things. And they will argue with you as if it's worth arguing. There's no point arguing. It's like arguing that the sky is not blue. It's just what it is. And if you don't do it, no matter what you do today, no matter any situation we get into, whether the Islamists win and conquer the whole Africa or the whole Nigeria, or we have a secular state, we have a just state, these things have to be done. You can't run away from it. There are certain things you have to do. All the states in the world did it. All the states in the world, they have to make themselves resilient and strong. If you don't do that, look at what is happening to Dubai now. And they are very strong. You see, this is when I was saying that these countries are strong countries, we think it's a joke. Look at how many rockets Iran threw at Dubai. Most of it was brought down. They were never weak. If that happened to Nigeria now, do we have anything? What are we going to use? Catapult? Nothing. We have nothing to prevent anything. And yet, over 100 million men sit in this country, and they are not doing anything about it. What their priority is, you know what? Let's not allow the Northerners to recruit people into this thing, the military, while they themselves will not want to join. What kind of dead situation is that? You don't want to join, but you don't want others to join. And then your people still need protection. Your women are getting kidnapped and killed every week. And you still come and complain every day online, say, oh, your government are not doing anything. Come on. This is paralysis. It's a secular argument not to do anything. And this is why many of our people are so happy to say, oh, the country has failed. Because when you say that, you don't have to do anything. Why can't you just put your... Because most of us are overseas, you don't even have to do anything. Because in the West, when you call police, they will show up 5-10 minutes. In Nigeria, all you have to do is advocate that they recruit more people so that they can go and secure all the outskirts. So that our people are not paying terrorists levies anymore. So that our people are not living in IDP camps. Head teachers are not being beheaded. So that you can be able to return home and feel safe. How hard can that be? This is why I say our problems are not hard. It's our minds. Our people are frozen in their brain for some weird reason. But maybe someday when Trump come and pepper us, or is Iran or China, or somebody come and pepper us, maybe our eyes, that frozen brain will unfreeze by force, and you will have to survive then. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Let's go to Dexter. 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, so much. I think sometimes I pray one day somebody from this platform becomes the president of Nigeria. I will sit down and have a laugh, honestly. I will sit down and have a big laugh. How much can Nigeria afford to pay? I mean, the soldiers in Nigeria are being paid 3K. 3K to eat in a day. 3K. That's the allowance. In a country that is borrowing, some of us want them to employ 1 million soldiers. We have the capital. I mean, you can't read the history of wars. You need money. In fact, I think I was reading the history of the First World War. The reason why America got into the First World War is because the Allied forces were going to lose that war, and the bankers were saying, look, our money can't go down the drain, so somehow they had to get America to get involved in the war to turn the tide against the Germans. So you don't just, when people talk about, people propagate military might. Military might comes with economic power. You can't grow military might without economic power, because if you can't feed your soldiers, sorry, you can't have them. It's as simple as that. So Nigeria is not yet economically independent. That's why for you to grow as a country, look at it's not rocket science. Japan, China, Vietnam, all the countries that have grown, check in Asia, how did they grow? Singapore, how did they grow? And invest in human capital development, good education, make sure that your people are the top in the world. And then the expectation of life will go up. If you want to go and buy weapons in Nigeria, all you just do is you create more terrorists around the country. As simple as that. And then touching on some point that I think one of the things we should do, we should introspect more and hold ourselves more accountable. The idea of always there will always be somebody to blame in anything. Some of you here might be managers or own organizations. Which staff do you like? How would you like a staff that anytime you talk about an issue, a problem in the company, you always tell us about somebody outside? Would that be your favorite staff? If you are an employer of labor, you say, oh, it was that person outside, oh, it was this person outside, oh, it was never something he could take responsibility of. Every issue that comes up, it was somebody outside. It's somebody outside. It was that person there that did that thing, or this person, okay, this employee that left, that it never his responsibility. You hate that person. You want to sack the person. Let's be honest with ourselves about this thing. As Nigerians, we should be able to take responsibility for our own resources. Okay, yes, they plundered us at a point in time, but since 1963, what have we done? Look at the Niger Delta. Look at the irony of Nigeria. All the loans that have been taken are being mortgaged based on oil resources from the Niger Delta. How many of you have lived there? How many of you have drank sapele water? How many of you? Many of you came out from the whole institutions in Nigeria was funded ever since 1970, was funded based on oil resources. How many of you have felt the pains of the creeks? How many? Go to the creeks. Are there roads? Are there bridges? Are there skyscrapers? What's there? Nothing. Look, the point is, one thing that happens with Nigeria is that our expectations of ourselves are very low. It's very, very, very low. Very low. And I think that is why we need to, the politicians don't want education, because they know that with good education, the expectation of people starts going up and they start demanding credible things. But in Nigeria, they want to destroy everything, so people don't even know what they want. And so we that have gained some form of traction, we should be pushing the boundaries. We should be putting the boundaries of development. Thank you.
All right, Dexter, thank you so much. Solly, you are next.
You see, we Nigerians, we are too surface level. That is why most of these Black Americans are trying to separate from us. You just take everything how you see it. Even when some people are saying black on black crime is worse, do you know who is the architect of this black crime? Do you know who continues to propagate and push for this thing to continue? You don't, and you don't care. So how are you going to ever stop it? You are saying we should stop what we did not create, what is continuing to be sponsored, but you don't want to talk about who created it, who continues to push it, but you want to find a way to stop it. Too surface level. In AAC, when we have our meeting, if you want to contest for a position, they teach us about these things. They educate us about these things. Too surface level. I don't see Nigerians being free anytime soon. You spend 95% of your time going against the blacks and what the blacks are doing, but you do not want to consider what the architect of the movement, the person that orchestrated this full thing, just so that you will never walk in the first place. You spent less than 5% of your time on that situation. You know, I don't really want to rant, I'm tired of all this back and forth. If you stand your ground on your opinion, you should be able to come out to debate it on a level playing ground. This is for Mr. Oti and Mr. Forefathers. You must come for a debate. We must debate this topic about this Yoruba issue and this white people issue, right? Bring your state or your region. Any of it is fine with me. I come with my state and my region. You can't just be making malicious, mischievous comments, right? And you will not be able to stand on it. You know, those comments are very calculated, and we need to shed light on your regions also. You know, we need to start comparing. Everybody should be able to stand on their mandates, you know, and you cannot just be doing slander just because we are very passive people and we just want peace. Me, I don't like peace, you know. And if you cannot stand on your mandate and come for this debate, then you should be able to rescind your comments right now. Because not coming for that debate,
I'm not running for a debate. What is the precise topic?
You will have your chance. You have your chance. You know, because it is very cowardly to make round comments and then not be able to stand by it and defend it. Last few times, when they said we should come for a debate, I said I'll come for the debate. This time again, I'm challenging you. You must stand on what you say. We must debate it, and there must be no mischievousness or maliciousness. You must be fact-checked. We must check your region. You cannot have issues in your backyard and be willing to point at another person every single time just because they have continued to allow it. Meanwhile, you are doing worse in your backyard. You must come for that debate, or you must rescind your comments right now. And if you don't rescind your comments right now, not coming for that debate is cowardly. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
When you want to use your mandate in a quote, better quote Jagaban himself, okay?
For Nigeria, we shall stand. You know, opposition parties, they were smart, So copying everything Jagaban, Asiwaju is doing in parody. When they say on your mandate, they should say for Nigeria, we shall stand. If they say you have Jagaban, create one name.
Stop giving our secret, okay? Okay.
You know?
All right. So for the debate topic, we are thinking about how much of Africa's crisis is caused by foreign powers and how much by Africans themselves. Where should the real battle for solutions be fought? So that's,
and I'm not defending the actions of the Yoruba people.
That's an easy one.
Thank you.
So that's it. The topic.
Doctor that will create chaos and will be looking as if he doesn't know what he's doing.
Okay, Jide, you're the last person. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. Damages, please, can you give me like 1.5 minutes or something to finish my point? Then I'll now make my rant.
Today you have 10 minutes.
I wish. Okay. So what I was just trying to say earlier was that it is never conceivable for the capitalist or imperialist class to ensure the unity amongst the immigrants and the settler colonial class or the citizen class within the United States or within the Western world. Because doing that, they will see that as a threat against them, particularly when there's crisis. Because capitalism now is in crisis. I'll give an example. If you look at we oppressible Black people in the United States, for instance, you have the Afro-Caribbeans, Black Africans, then you have the African Americans, right? They have been here for centuries. And you see that each time there is always an attempt for solidarity, for unity, against struggle, against oppression, against racism, we see that there's always sabotage. And one of the major examples is Malcolm X. When Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam to unite, to ensure the Pan-African solidarity and Pan-African ideological movement of the entire Black race, we saw that he was assassinated. When Martin Luther King saw that, we African people, we Black people, we are assimilating into a burning house. When he decided to retract his integration mantra, he was assassinated. Now, today in modern day, look at what is going on right now. Capitalism is in crisis again compared to the civil rights movement. And you have what they call the FBA movement. The FBA movement is endorsed, in fact, by Tucker Carlson, a racist bigot. I don't want to insult him, but we know who he is, right? He endorsed the FBA. So that's the point I'm making, that when capitalism is in crisis, the settler colonial class, the European race, they align with the oppressor imperialists, and they cannot afford the oppressed class to unite. And that's what we're seeing in South Africa also with the xenophobia. Now my rant. So I have 3 minutes. I want to talk about the role of traitors. Why the role of traitor is very important. Treachery and the role of traitors into why, if you look at all groups of people in the world, you look at Black Africans, you look at Latinos, you look at Chinese, you look at Japanese, why is it that Black people are the ones that are suffering the most? Why is it that for over 500 years, we are still the ones struggling to remove ourselves from the cage that we've been under since then up till now? Why? We should not underestimate the power of traitors. The traitors now in among us, how we elevate them, we tolerate them, we praise them, we what? We put them to a position of power. From the time of slavery, we've always had traitors. We had the seafarers, you had the middlemen, you had the kings that participated with the imperialists, with the merchants to enslave their own people. I'm talking about the past. The present, we have Nigeria, Congo, Benin. I have 3 minutes. You have those countries. They have leaders or puppet leaders that are either CIA assets, clients to IMF and World Bank, clients to multinational corporations. You have military. The military is supposed to defend these people. It is defending the political class, the bourgeois class, right? It is protecting what? The capitalist class, the business interest. The future traitors, they are in our present. We are going to vote for them next year. We are talking about them. We are going to vote for them next year. In fact, one of them, he joined a conference in South Africa. That conference is connected to CIA and NED. And he participated in that conference. He's part of it. So we need to not underestimate the power of our traitors. Now, my final point before I end it. This is where we end it. I've always said it that we need to always understand our place in the world. And one thing we need to do is that, and this conversation can be the start, we need to build a dialogue or a political ideology. We need to organize. We need to form a political party that will be channeled to the development of our people. And we need to now begin the process of our liberation, because we've not even started the process of our liberation at all. All this, with all due respect, all this thing they talk about 2027, nothing is going to change. We have not started the path to our liberation. And I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for your rants. I'm waiting for our moderators and Easy to give me the count on who won. But again, I appreciate all of you. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Dr. Wumi Akin-Tide join us to talk about the situation in your state or the Southwest with insecurity. He's a historian and grandson of former Deji of Akure. So he will give us his view on what's going on, the traditional way, how the Southwest is reacting to the increasing insecurity in the region. Let me thank those that supported us on the show today. Kulata, thank you. Thank you, Kulata. Chris, thank you. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. Don Anthony, thank you. And Emir, thank you so much. Babajide for Labi, thank you. And Rieko Tope, thank you so much. Last one is Alexander Gomez, Doctor. Thank you so much for all your support. Again, tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. New York time, we'll be live on 90 Minutes Africa, and that's 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time. Again, thank you everybody that watched at home. You can still like it at this point if you have not liked the stream, or share it. It's appreciated. More people will see what happened here today. on behalf of everybody behind the scene, who won the book? Because we still have 2 books donated by Show and Tope.
We demanded for real-time results. Now it's being rigged.
I don't know
what is being done to our result. 25 minutes after the last person ran, we never see results.
Okay, we will see. If not today, we'll announce it tomorrow. If they
Yakubu, you see, that's Yakubu style. Yakubu style.
I did not monitor it, you know.
See, you see.
This is the template. That template for INEC.
Easy. What's going on? Okay. All right.
But INEC, yeah.
Hold Adama should be the person you guys will hold responsible. Adama.
Oh my God! So we should go to court with that.
Yes,
Adama is the court.
All right. Thank you, everybody that watched. Those at home, those on the comment section, we appreciate all of you, and those that came in here, I really, really appreciate you. It's not easy to do this. So thank you, Sully, for being here. Thank you, Jide, for coming. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Femi. Thank you, Ovie. And I will see you guys tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. And remember that there's another show going on next immediately. Forefathers is hosting where I had that Forefathers, you did there 11 hours last week. I got a call at 4 a.m. that the studio is empty. People were sleeping, snoring. But anyway.
Out of that 11 hours, he talked for 10
11
hours.
hours. Forefathers was
he talked for 10 hours by himself.
How come was I not there? How come was I not there?
11 hours.
The guy was snoring. With the air he snore, he was snoring and farting at the same time.
Oh, stop it. You did not bite him. I was muted. I was muted. That was muted. Stop going on.
I don't know. I was getting calls at 4 a.m. What happened in this? What happened? But anyway, thank you, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow.
Right.
You call him out. These are the products being produced. At the point of processing.
Continue what you are doing. Continue what you are doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Suspects. Drinks. Where's the guy? Your face.
You don't want to stop this activity.
Yes, these are the products. Point of production. Point of production. The sets. Products.
Can see there.
Products.
Where's your face? What's your name?
Joy.
Joy. Where are you from?
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you.
Onyama Zolobio, Aqua Zolobio, Max, if you have Bunyago Quanumo, no Fube, Nazo, Olaga, ni Piazugo, Mamulaga, Doni Piazugo, Aqua Wilochio, Bicora Puzo, Conavazia. Onyama Zolobio, Abama Wazara, the Sari. Ibia Unyana Ganamu, Ulagadori Piazigo, Maulagadori Piazigo, Abama Wilochino, Bigorafuzoro, Onabazia. Mazi welcome up, Odoguna Peresunaka. Onyama niga delemo, mazi ni mazi kame. Ibu go with melody. You got to go where you're for. Odoguna chalanoka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigo no. Olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora buzo. Anabazi. Say, Onyama Zolobio. Amama Wazara. Sorry.